So now it's recording.
Okay, so awesome.
It's recording now.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, we just told Sharon that you can't do driver's license until like 1.
This is where the important people sit.
This is where the slackers sit. You know, like the back row pew. Sneak right in there. I can squeeze through there. Is she here?
I don't see her.
So it's kind of like an attendance clerk meeting.
I guess because a non-member attendance clerk, so honestly, it's
You guys got
and I don't know any other guidance counselors. It's either general attendance clerk or guidance counselor.
well, and their only guidance counselor is Amy Strickland. So she's like, it's all in the box on your desk. I just brought your phone. We just talked.
Central? No, Central not here. Call out to Central, what's wrong with Central? Cots? You have someone to talk?
Do you want me to text Brenda?
Holyoke?
Yes.
Can we call that Cody? Cody, okay. Okay, then we have anybody. Hampshire. Yeah. Okay. Highland. Okay. Ohio, we know how. McDowell. Mount Pleasant Elementary. Mount Pleasant Elementary. Mount Pleasant Elementary. We're not gonna wait on them, we're gonna stop because we all make takes of this event. Look at it. Mount Pleasant Middle. Yeah. Mount Pleasant High. Riverside. Okay. Let's see, Santa Fe.
Oh,
Right
that's
here, Elementary.
Miss Willis.
Right here, Milton.
Miss Willis.
Right here, High.
I was looking for down.
Westside. Right. And I'm out of order now, Woodard. Northfield Academy. Got it? Oh, okay. Sign this, please. Is that ready? Oh, I'm just saying. Good morning to all of you all, and we thank you for coming. We're here to receive training on homeless. And we thank you all. If you're not a principal or administrator, we thank you, a principal, for letting you come. And we have two great people here who will be training us today. We also have a community person who really gets Murray County School. And if you all don't mind, I'm going to give her a second for her to talk about student in transition and their committee, and I'm a part of the committee, and they actually help us find housing and food for the homeless. And we do have homeless in Murray County. So somebody asks you, don't say we don't have homeless, because we do. We have those that's identified, we have those that want to be identified, and then we have those hop along who think they're going to get something. So we do have homeless. And we thank you, and we're recording this, and this is to go back to your schools, and everybody that's on staff in Murray County School needs to be trained on this. Everybody. So we're gonna look at our recording before they leave, and we're gonna try to get something where you all can hear and see it. Last time we did that, we had some problems, but we're working toward perfection, so we get it right. And we thank you all for coming. And they will be introducing themselves because I would murder their names. So I'm gonna ask Ms. Greenfield, you all let Ms. Greenfield just talk just a few minutes about the program.
Well, I know this is an interesting morning for you, and I will tell you that I've been where you are, because I taught for 40 years, and I didn't teach quite at your level. I taught at Columbia State. We do have a program for homeless children. We realize that there's some there that really need our help, and even though parents may not be, need a lot of help, children can't help that much. So we are helping them. We have a board of about 14 people, and we meet once a month. We just had a report this Monday. Dr. Marzak met with us, and I don't know if you knew it or not, but Ms. Carter got an exemplary rating on her last audit for homeless. That's great. She said the auditors really thought that was great, that what she was doing with the homeless program. I do have some brochures. I want to tell you that we did look back back over. Dr. Hawkins is our treasurer that was president at Columbia State. And we have helped during this past year about 33 families. And there's about 75 students involved in that. They have to have a child for us to even talk with them in the school system. And and we've spent about $11,000. We've been fortunate in fundraising and doing some things. We've done some little things to make some money, but the benefit fund, Murray County gave us $15,000. And that has helped the children a lot. I don't know what we've done with that. So if any of you are interested in this, you might look. Ours is really just an emergency help. We don't do long-term. Some of them we get a hold of, we have to keep longer than we intended to and invest more. But I would say that probably it figures out to about $350 per family that we will find them somewhere to stay, either food, gas cards, or something of that sort. So if you know of any organization that would like to help us, I'll be glad to go talk to them. We love to get food cards for them. We love to get gas cards for them because they have to go to work, some of them, and that sort of thing, and places to live. So I'm anxious to hear some of this. What you're going to see on this brochure is something we got out from the State Department, from another report, and we are in the process of coming out with a new brochure to move on current. But thank you for letting me come and share with you. And I hope you will appreciate what Mary's doing with homelessness. We call Mary if we have a question at all. So thank you.
We now start with the introduction of our trainers.
Well, good morning. Oh, wow.
Okay, I don't know that. Can you all hear me? Great. I may not need this microphone unless it's going to mess up the audio.
If you're going to use it for the videos, go ahead and plug the cable.
You know, with teacher voices, we know how to do stuff. I'm not used to shouting all the time, but I can go there if I need to. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Bowling. I'm the McKinney-Vento and Non-Public Programs Coordinator at the State Department of Education. And we're here with
Good morning, my name is Allison Getma. I was telling Miss Mary, Lerma, Lima, anything closer, just call me Allison. I am the Director of Monitoring for the Department of Ed, and thank you guys for spending your time with us this morning. I know it's another training, it's something you have to do, but hopefully we will be able to share some information with you that will be helpful in helping you serve kids and serve families, which is what we're all here to do. So thank you for your time.
And I must say, being in Murray County, I had no idea that Dr. Marzak was your son. He's amazing. That's why you guys are so awesome. I had the privilege of working with him at the Gathering Elementary to move to Metro Nashville Public School. Supported that school, so I can see why you guys are so good. It's just all great. Let's go on and get started. Our topic today is serving our children and youth living in transition. Today we want to kind of set a purpose for that. And when you think about our overall session, think about this particular question. Children and youth living in transition face exceptional daily circumstances that force them to live life in the margins. And often, those conditions are beyond their control. They can't really control their circumstances. They're kids. You want to make sure that you focus on the fact that they are extremely vulnerable in that time. And they often find that significant support in school. School is often the safest place for them. And we want to make sure when they're in our care that they receive as much support as possible. So as we begin, I love agendas. Agendas are our friends. So if you look at it, we've actually gone through our introductions and welcome. What we're going to cover today in our presentation are the definitions of rights under the McKinney-Vento Act. We'll also discuss the impact of homelessness on learning. We'll then go into national, state, and local trends. And we'll also discuss the responsibilities of district liaisons. We'll move into effective practices, and we'll close with the Every Student Succeeds Act, which is ESSA, formerly ESEA and CLB, all those wonderful acronyms that we have to keep up with. The new term, as of, I believe, July 1, will be Every Student Succeeds Act. We'll kind of cover some things of get into our presentation, these are some guiding questions that I want you to answer as we go on. Hopefully you'll hear some of the answers while we're presenting, but take a moment and look at what we're kind of covering. So the first question is, what are the characteristics of a typical sheltered homeless family? What percentage of children in homeless families are under age 10? What is the average age at which teenagers become homeless? Which age teenagers become homeless? What is Tennessee State's ranking on child homelessness? And lastly, in what ways does this information impact? So if you want, you can take a moment and answer some of the questions you may know now. A quick free assessment, and then we'll come back with the poll. Give you about 1 more minute to kind of answer a few questions and then we'll move on.
Does everyone have a folder with a copy of the document?
No, they do not, and that's what I was going to ask.
Here's the extra. We have some extras too in case people in schools want copies. And we can also email the presentation to Mary so that she can share with you all. If you're going to be charged coming back to your schools and sharing information.
All right, if you weren't able to answer all of the questions, it's totally fine. But as we continue on in our presentation, you'll actually probably be able to answer them just by some of the information that you're going to receive shortly. So let's go on. We're going to look at a few of the definitions and rights under the McKinney-Vento Act, which pretty much guides the work that we do. And before we get into that, here's a wonderful resource written by Liz Murray. She was actually a student who matriculated before the McKinney-Vento Act, all through high school, and she graduated from Harvard University. And she wrote a book about her journey. It's entitled Breaking Night, and the book discusses her journey of how many indicators that were missed while she was in high school and elementary school, just going through school. Those pieces that her teachers missed, other stakeholders missed, and catching that, you know what, she was homeless, she was in transition, she was going through a lot. It should be noted though, Liz is the exception, she's not the rule. Everyone may not always go on to Harvard University, but her journey gives us a lot of great pieces to kind of look introspectively as we serve our students. And one of the things that she noted was homeless persons or business person, doctor or teacher, whatever your background may be, the same holds true for each of us. Life takes on the meaning that you give it. So depending on the circumstances, you still always have a chance to succeed. And we want to keep that in mind with every child that we touch. They all have a chance to, even if they don't go to Harvard, they can still be successful in higher education, work, and life. Now, this is just an overview snapshot of the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. And this kind of gives you some of the history. In 1987, the Stewart-McKinney Homeless Act was signed into law. Then it kind of goes into 2002. And in 2002, if you notice, one of the major updates was strengthening the legislative requirements. It required all districts to appoint a homeless liaison to ensure the law is implemented effectively at the local level. And that was one of the major updates that we had. Now, what is the definition of homelessness? It includes several pieces, but if you look at the bolded notes, you want to make sure you include this definition as you frame and process whether a student's homeless or not. The individual must lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. I repeat, they lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. Going in and out, but It's all right. I'm gonna just talk loud.
I've adjusted your mind.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, thank you. And one of the pieces you want to make sure you think about is this guided question in red. Can the student go to the same place? That means it's fixed. Every night, which makes it regular, and to sleep in a safe and sufficient space that's adequate, being safe and sufficient. Other things to think about that are outlined in that McKinney-Vento Act. Could they be sharing housing due to loss of housing, economic hardship, or similar reason that could be? I think we also call that doubling up at times. Are they living in motels, hotels, trailer parks, campgrounds? And lastly, emergency or transitional shelters. Are they living in abandoned households or hospitals, homes? And are they awaiting foster care placement? Those are all pieces outlined in the law. Next, they could also be staying at a primary nighttime residence that is public or private place, not designed for ordinarily use as a regular sleeping accommodation for human beings. So it could be a park, cars, parks, public spaces, abandoned buildings, substandard housing, bus or train station, or they could also be migrants living in the conditions described above. Now, other major themes of the McKinney-Vento Act. The Act outlines principles for identifying students who may be homeless, also how can we support them for academic success. It gives us guidance on how to make child-centered decisions and critical role for local homeless liaisons. It gives you kind of what should you do as a liaison to support students who are in transition. It also gives us strategies of how to deal with those unique barriers that they face. Now, what are some of the impacts of learning? The National Center for Homeless Education, this is actually a graphic that they produce on their website. It's NCHE, which stands for the National Center for Homeless Education. They produce common signs of homelessness. It's just a quick kind of infographic that gives you some signs that you could look for. One thing I found for me, for students who I have had in my class when I was teaching, I often did not look for, I kind of was very superficial. I thought, okay, well, if the student kind of smelled, they had a smell, or they weren't dressed appropriately, or they didn't have, they wore the same clothes every day, I assumed, okay, they're probably homeless. But oftentimes, you cannot stereotype that student. And finding this graphic earlier on, it helped me to kind of reframe my concepts of what I look for even in my own life. So this is a great graphic. Some of the points are kind of outlined here. Poor hygiene, chronic hunger, erratic attendance, it could be tardiness as well, anxiety, fear of abandonment. All of those are pieces that you want to think about as you look at identifying students that may be homeless. Yes, ma'am. It is, okay. So if you look at this document, actually gives you a more expansive list, and it's on, I think it's nche.org, and that again stands for the National Center for Homeless Education. They have a plethora of resources available, not only checklists, guiding questions, guiding documents to really help. And they actually inform the work of the U.S. Department of Education. So a lot of those documents will align and help.
We have a slide at the top that says resources, and we have some key websites and the main websites included, so you can read later on.
All right. Next, children and youth living in transition are sick 4 or more times off, hungry at twice the rate of the average, 3 times more likely to have been emotional and have emotional behavior, 4 times more likely to have delayed development. They're also diagnosed more often with having a disability, tend to score lower on standardized tests, are less likely to graduate for the lack of transition pieces, participate less in extracurricular activities as well. In comparison, it should be noted, in in comparison to their house.
They're all important pieces, and I noticed in the brochure that you provided, you all reference some of those statistics. Especially when we think about students living in transition, and that's the term that we try to use instead of homeless, because there really is such a negative perception, and there's a stereotype that goes along with the term homeless, so we use in transition. We also use that because research tells us that our students who experience homelessness don't do so necessarily for a long period of time, thank goodness, that it really is a transition for them. Now, significant things happen during that transitional period, but that's why we use the term in transition. But it's really important also to consider students with special needs who are experiencing transition, because if you have a student who moves from one school district to another school district and there is an IEP or a 504 in place, obviously the school district is still required to provide services that are outlined in either the 504 or the IEP. And I can tell you that we have had probably half a dozen calls just in the last week from different school districts across the state, and unfortunately enrollment has been delayed of students, and all of the students just in these cases happen to have an IEP. So not only are you dealing with a violation of federal law, McKinney-Vento, but also potential violation of IDEA and child fine of not providing those services. And it's really telling when you look at the statistics about behavioral, emotional issues, twice as likely to be diagnosed as having an SLD. It's really significant because as your school psychologists sign off on the assessments and they say, we have eliminated these factors, and we are saying, yes, the student has a specific learning disability or whatever other qualifying disability, poverty and their personal circumstances are factors. Just as, when you have a student who's a non-native English speaker, you have to make sure that that student isn't qualifying for special ed services because he or she doesn't speak English. And it gets really tricky with your students living in transition because you have students who are exposed in many cases to circumstances that as adults we could never even imagine. And we know that those circumstances have significant impact on their life. I'm sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to point that out because that's a really significant piece that our school departments are charged with having different IEPs and level.
A few other points to note. 74% of students who are experiencing transition will have no place to live. 58% worry that they have no place to sleep. And 87% worry that something bad will happen to their family. Now, before we move forward, one of the things to note, it's always great to get a child-centered view. So there's no better way to do that than to hear from the kids themselves.
Schools, 1,000 students have reached. With their parents' permission. Who can tell me what it's like to feel hungry?
It's like hard, you can't sleep, you just like wake, you just go to sleep for like 5 minutes and you wake up again and your like stomach hurts and you're thinking, I can't sleep, I'm gonna try and sleep, but you can't because like your stomach's hurting and it's because it doesn't have any food in it.
It's like a black hole, and sometimes when I don't eat, my stomach, you can hear like it's like growling, you can hear it.
Usually we eat macaroni or we drink water or tea.
My mom will sometimes like make food and then she won't have enough, so at night we'll just eat cereal or something. Other times my parents will fight about money because they don't have enough money to pay the food.
We have to sometimes take food from a church. It's hard because my grandmother's also out of work and we usually get some food from her.
It's kind of embarrassing because the next day you go to school asking kids if they want this or if they want that. If they have cereal and they haven't opened it yet, you go ask them if they want your cereal.
We found a lot of families are making a choice between food and electricity.
How many of you have had the lights turned off at your house? How do you study when you don't have the lights on at home?
We have emergency flashlights, and I usually have to use them. I'll just light candles instead of simple candles.
Candles? Yes, ma'am.
I use candles because my mommy brings some.
I'll go up to the car and turn on the overhead and read out there and study.
Ashley Ray raised her hand to add something that we didn't expect.
I kind of feel like it's my fault that we don't have enough money. I feel like it's my fault that they have to pay for me and the clothes that they buy for me.
They're believing it's their fault that they're in the situation.
Beth Davalos runs the Seminole County Programs for Homeless Kids.
Information. It's one thing for us to talk about what it's like to experience homelessness. It's another thing to see children who live it, who are going through it every day for an extended period of time, and to hear them describe things that perhaps as adults we would never consider. You know, sometimes we tend to focus on those most immediate needs, like do you have sufficient clothing? Do you have enough food for the weekend? And these are the kids, of course, that we really worry about on long weekends, on holidays, because we don't know if they're going to have enough food to make it, you know, to have enough over those long days. So it's really something to hear them describe things such as feeling guilty, like it's their fault. And so these are things that our students living in transition, whether we have identified them as homeless or whether they have not been identified yet, that a lot of them deal with on a daily basis. So let's talk about some national, some state, and some local trends. Okay, so I began my career in education as a middle school teacher, and while I perfected the teacher look, I never perfected the teacher voice. So can you all hear me? Am I blowing you out of the water? Am I not too loud? Okay. So let's talk about some national, state, and local trends. And I'm going to try to stand still for the camera, but I tend to move around a little bit because I'm eating all the time. If you think of the average size of a high school, let's say English 4, 30 to 35 students probably in Murray County and in Johns County. So nationally, if you look at the number of students who are identified as being homeless, 1 out of those students in an English 1 or an English 2 class were qualified as homeless. That's significant. Okay, so those are some national trends. You can see the changes from 2006 to 2010 to 2013. There are a lot of reasons for this change. Part of it is, of course, you had the Great Recession, and we're still seeing the after effects of the Great Recession. You also had more education and training, so we had more kids qualify, we think, because local liaisons and state departments were doing a better job of training people at the school level. So those are really the 2 reasons that explain the steady increase. So what about in Tennessee? In Tennessee, you can see from 10-11, from 11-12, 12-13, 13-14, we run a year behind in reporting when we report to USED. We just sent our numbers from 14-15, so new that I haven't even had a chance to put it up here. Tennessee reported about 13,200 students. So we have decreased by about 4,000 from the previous year. And I noticed that the brochure refers to the national estimate of if you have a free reduced poverty rate of, let's say, 50,000, the estimate is that 10% of those students will experience homelessness at any point during the given year. So we know that with us reporting 17,000, we're really underreporting, and so we know that for last year with 13,000, you know, with the decrease, we're significantly underreporting as well. So we're not saying to go out and report and identify kids just for that reason, but that just tells us we know that in Tennessee with our
free reduced lunch rate, that in our poverty rate, that these numbers really should be significantly higher. Are these numbers surprising to you all? You know, it's interesting because some districts that you wouldn't expect have a significantly large number of identified homeless students. So I was in Putnam County last week, and they have about 560 identified homeless students. Rutherford County has almost 1,000. You know, when you talk about Hamilton County, for example, they have about 600 to 700. And again, these are identified. So you would expect it maybe in larger urban areas, but not necessarily in some of our more rural areas. If you're familiar with East Tennessee, Johnson City has about 700, and that's a small city system, 700 identified homeless students. So when we look at the numbers, they might seem, you know, average or what we would expect, but when you look at the breakdown by districts, by 147 districts, you get some surprising results. So let's talk a little bit about where Tennessee ranks in terms of child homelessness. So let's start with the good news. The good news is that Tennessee's position has improved. It's increased. Tennessee was number 48 out of 50, with 50 being the worst. Tennessee has now improved to number 41. Still not the number or the position where we would want to be, but at least we are moving in the right direction. And here you can see the domains of determining those numbers. So it's the extent of child homelessness across the state. So how many kids are actually identified as being homeless. The second domain is child well-being. This refers to children's access to health insurance, to medical care, to everything such as achievement results on state assessments. The risk for child homelessness, this domain really talks about the availability and the affordability of housing. So it looks at how much would be required for a family to make in order to pay monthly rent for a two-bedroom apartment just in an average place in the state. And then the state policy and response. So you can see the states in red, unfortunately, are the bottom 10, and then the states in green are the top 10. And here's the actual report card, and you can see the ranking of each domain. And the website where you can access this report, if you're interested, is here on the bottom left, and I can get that for you because I know it's difficult to see. It's about a 130-page report because the report talks about national trends and then it delves into information state by state. So let's look at Tennessee. Based on Tennessee's numbers, and these numbers here that you see 28,798, that's from 1213, those include duplicates. So that is if you have a student, and we often see this with our students living in transition, they're transient. So they might move from one school to another school within the same district. So it's not that the 17,000 was a mistake, it's that this number includes a count of duplicates. So 15, because compared to other states like California, Texas, New York, Illinois, we don't have as large of an identified homeless population. When we look at child homelessness and the risk, Tennessee is 37. And you can see some of the factors talk about the percentage of children without health insurance, the percentage of children living in poverty. So based on those factors, the ranking of 37 was assigned to Tennessee. Oh, this is the one that makes my heart hurt the most. Tennessee is 50. Tennessee ranks at the very bottom for child well-being. And so this is one of the 4 factors when determining how states are doing in addressing and preventing homelessness of children. So you can see health problems of children, and it talks about ADD, ADHD, asthma, and one or more chronic conditions. Mr. Bolden shared with you, and I think it's in the brochure perhaps, that children who are experiencing homelessness are 4 times more likely to be sick. And they're sick with specific conditions: asthma, gastrointestinal problems, upper respiratory, as well as ear infections, ADD and ADHD. And if you think about the conditions in which they're probably living, it wouldn't be a huge surprise that those would be the conditions that they suffer from more often. And because we're talking about our kids who probably don't have as easy access to health care as we would want, these are conditions that often go untreated. So for that reason, Tennessee is number 50. Tennessee is also number 46 for the state policy and response. This should increase because Tennessee is working on an interagency state plan for homelessness. We currently don't have one, but we are working on one. And actually, Mr. Bolden represents the Department of Ed on that. Is it a task force, meeting, committee?
Oh.
You guys know how it is to be part of a committee, right? A committee or a task force or an advisory council. It's one of those, sorry. So let's look at the local level. We've talked about national trends. We've talked about state trends. And now let's look at the local level. So I pulled numbers from EIS for Giles County. I know we have a representative here for Giles. And then we'll look at the official numbers from Maury County. And we know that when we share information with you all, we usually share it at a national level. So when I tell you that the characteristics of a typical housed homeless family is a mother in her late 20s with young children, that might not necessarily hold true for your district. But nationwide, when we talk about statistics, that is how we represent in the statistics an average typical housed family. We also know that the percentage of students who are under 6 who are homeless living in families is over 51%. So if you think about your 6-year-olds, so kindergarten, perhaps first grade age, over 51% of our kids who experience homelessness are under age 6. So again, that might not hold true for your counties, but those are kind of national trends. These were the numbers that were officially reported to the state and then to US Ed in the previous years. So I have an asterisk by 59 because the thing about entering the data in your local management system, I don't know if you all use PowerSchool or iStudent or STAR, Aspen, but whatever your local system is, there are certain categories that you have to fill in. You can't just mark a student as homeless and that student gets reported. You have to mark the student as homeless. You have to identify whether the student is unaccompanied homeless youth or not. And most importantly, or as important as the homeless identification, is the nighttime residence code. So if you put a 0 in your local management system, that student does not get reported. So it's possible, for example, that in 14-15, there were students in Giles County who were identified in the local system, but because that nighttime residence code wasn't entered, then the students weren't reported. I don't know how your system is here. Do you all enter the information in your local management system?
I run the management system for Maury County, and Giles shares the same system. And I think there's actually an issue with reporting the actual 0102 for 14-15 because we looked back in our data after we received your email, and we had already had all of that marked, but it was sending the H, but it wasn't sending the 1, 2, 3, or 4. But yet in 15-16, we already have 2s, 3s, and 4s identified. So they're looking into what happened between last year and this year, and they're going to see if they can send all of that data back. That's probably why both of us are sending practically 0 for 14-15. So.
And thank you for sharing that. A lot of districts switched from one management system to another. I know in the district where I work, we did, and we lost all kinds of data, even though the vendor promised us that would not happen. So sometimes you do get little glitchy things there. And in some districts, and again, I don't know how you all are set up here, in some districts, the points of contact in each school enter that information in the local system. In other districts, only the district level liaison enters that. So it's a little easier to manage your data control if you have one person doing it versus 10, 20, or more. So it just depends on what your system setup is. And then when we look at Maury County, so last year, and this is what she was referencing, perhaps some issues, some technological things with your local information system. 3 currently have 83 who are identified, and I know Maury is working to make sure those nighttime residence codes are in. And the nighttime residence codes tells us where students are staying. Is it they're doubled up? And the vast majority of students in Tennessee are. Approximately 80 to 87% of students are doubled up. That's how they qualify as receiving services or being eligible for services from a community. Then are they living in a hotel, motel, or campground? Are they unsheltered? Are they living in a shelter? So those are your 4 codes. It would be 1, 2, 3, or 4. And if you have access to your system, you should be able to see that for students. Just depends again how your district structure is. And I mentioned really quickly about the unaccompanied homeless youth. Currently, I saw a few unaccompanied homeless youth identified in EIS in Giles County. I didn't see any in Murray County. And so that's certainly possible. We know nationwide that the average age at which a teenager becomes homeless is 14 years old. It's technically 14.7, but 14 years old, which is a very young age to not be living with an adult.
All right, so as we continue, in light of the data, in light of the McKinney-Vento Act, what those things have outlined, it's important to know what is our responsibility. So the homeless, what are the responsibilities of district homeless liaisons? First, you have to make sure that our students are being identified. It also points that making sure that they are enrolled in a timely manner, and not only that they're receiving educational services and all those related services that they need, but also that the parents are informed as well. So you want to make sure you have procedures in place to not only identify, to provide that support, but to inform them, and also make sure that they are actually having every opportunity to participate in any meaningful access to those opportunities at the school level. Other points to note: public notice of the educational rights of homeless students and youth must be disseminated and received, and they should be receiving those services. Also, enrollment disputes are mediated according to local, state, and federal guidelines, policies. The McKinney-Vento Act outlines how a dispute resolution process. The NCHE website gives amazing info briefs that can actually help you prepare if you don't have one, or if you need to revise your dispute resolution process. They give great guidelines to kind of self-check on, am I including everything that I need to include to make sure that's a smooth process for our students. And lastly, the parent or guardian of homeless child or unaccompanied homeless youth should always be fully informed of those transportation services. So it's not enough to tell them, but before I was a teacher, I was a caseworker in the mental health field, and one of the things my supervisor always said was, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. So you want to make sure you're writing out all the things that you're informing your parents of. So don't just verbally tell them. Make sure you put it in writing as well. That doesn't just cover them, but it covers you also. And liaisons must also help our students obtain those immunization records, assist in enrolling and having access to service, help coordinate transportation for students. And I know in some of our counties, those, as a liaison, you kind of wear multiple hats. So you may not only be doing homeless, you're doing all these other areas as well. But these are just some outline things that you want to make sure that you hit. Now, one of my favorite things is the code and annotate. Oftentimes you're going to get a parent who's going to ask you, well, what does the state law say? Well, according to the federal guidelines and the state guidelines, for those immunization reports, you have to make those due. They're due in E-Plan by June 1st. And why is that? Because our commissioner has to do a report, and she sends that information on forward. And as a teacher, prior to this, I had no idea that what I did in the classroom actually really does impact what is reported later on at every level. So you want to make sure that we are documenting appropriately. And why? Because Tennessee Code Annotated 49-65001 has this wonderful blurb that says the state law requires students without immunizations to not be counted towards funding based on average daily rates of attendance. Also, reporting student counts and classifications. You want to make sure you verify and enter, as we are kind of talked about, nighttime residence codes 1 through 4. And you want to check the LEA list against the EIS list, which is our education information system.
Issue for your 2 districts, so that's really great. But it's really challenging when this is due to the state legislature by our commissioner. October 1, and I had to explain to her that 33 districts had not complied with state law. And so we just want to be sure and remind districts that this is due. And the
but it's the responsibility of the liaison to facilitate that. So if we see that a whole year has gone by, and there are 50 students, for example, in the district who at the time of enrollment, for the remainder of the school year didn't have either the immunization approved, my question is, how did the homeless liaison work to ensure that this was taken care of? And then, as Mr. Bolden mentioned, state law says that you can't count those students towards your average. They will be taken, so that affects you.
Well, let's talk about effective practice.
I'm really glad that I get to end on this note because the section that I did wasn't the most uplifting. So now it's going to be nice to talk about some effective practices. And you all do have some significantly positive and successful practices here in Murray County. So there will be things that we mentioned that you all are already doing. So that's wonderful. We have another blurb and a picture of Liz Murray. And again, this is a great resource if you want to do. And for those of you who are principals, I guess you would be the ones to determine if you do kind of a book study. This is a really great book. She talks about growing up, and Mr. Bolden referenced this before, but she talks about growing up in a very dysfunctional family where throughout her entire school life, she had actual visits, both from school personnel as well as caseworkers, who missed significant pieces of information that should have been red flags. And she ended up becoming homeless as a very young teenager. She was 13 years old when she became homeless. And because of various adults at school, she was able to be successful and, as Mr. Bolden mentioned, graduated from Harvard. But she talks about how for her, school was the safe place. And she loved going to school, not because it was necessarily a place of learning, but because that's where she was able to foster those relationships with adults and with peers that she didn't have access to in her home life. So I think that's really important for us to remember that while we're charged with ensuring that students don't face educational barriers, they also perhaps have other needs that we need to be aware of and that we need to address. So here are the most common school level issues, and I'm sure you all can identify with this. Immediate enrollment for students who are out of their school zone. Do you all have this issue? No. Okay. So check number one, that's only two. Because usually this is the first one. When schools or districts call us, they say, well, this student is staying in this other district that doesn't have a light bill, can't prove that they're on a lease, and of course McKinney-Vento says, well then you can't deny that student enrollment. But usually local and state policies require some kind of documentation that students are living in the area. And that they have been, not that it's just, that they're staying with someone unofficially.
But we do have, they are supposed to present food proof. And they can produce one, then maybe two, we will let them agree within 30 days of their proof. But normally we try to get them in as soon as possible.
And that's great for a lot of reasons. Number one, because we want to make sure that kids have consistency. And number two, well, because it's the law. We consider that number two, but that's just as important. And that's going to be even more important with the new ESSA, because a lot of times when you're trying to determine if a student is homeless, you have to ask some really uncomfortable questions. And sometimes you have to talk with family members, and some districts even talk with families who are hosting other families. Well, now, with the new law, a homeless student living situation will be protected under FERPA. So just as if you wouldn't call a family and talk about another student's IEP, you cannot call another family or landlord or anyone like that and discuss a homeless student's living situation. That's going to be huge, I think, for a lot of our districts when they try to determine if students truly are doubled up. Might not be an issue for your district, but that will be a big one for a lot of people. That will be new as of July 1. That's with the new ESSA. Yes. How do we identify and then serve unaccompanied students? There is no minimum age for students who qualify as being unaccompanied homeless youth. We had a case in another county where we had a little boy, I think he was in 3rd grade. His mother had dropped him off with her oldest daughter who was college age, and he's in Middle Tennessee and she's in West Tennessee. So that student, even though he's very young, he would qualify as unaccompanied homeless youth. Most of our unaccompanied homeless youth, again, are teenagers, and again, the average nationwide, the age is 14.7. But it gets really challenging because if you don't have an adult to make decisions or even to consent to medical care, then it can get really challenging for districts. And we have some recommendations for that if that's an issue for your districts. We talked about the proof of residency. We talked a little bit about the incomplete or unavailable records. And we actually have, I was going to tell you some information, but we have a scenario about that I want to ask you all your opinion about. Transportation. As you all know, if a student wants to remain and a parent thinks it's in their best interest, a student can remain in the school of origin. That's the school that he or she was attending when he or she became homeless. And then transportation also has to be offered. And if, like Mr. Boulding said, you need to be sure that you don't not mention it and then say, well, the parents didn't ask for it. Because the law specifically states that you have to offer it and ensure that parents are aware that transportation can be provided. And if you have a situation where it's transportation that involves two districts, then the two districts have to determine everything from the route to the time, obviously, of drop-off and pickup, but also who's going to pay for it. You can't say that one district has the full responsibility. And if the two districts can't agree, then they can bump that up to the same level. And sometimes we have it, and we have a scenario with Giles County, because you all border another state, it might happen that sometimes you have students crossing state borders. And we get that often in our counties that border other states.
We had several students that category. So transportation supervisors really have two buses on board now to identify as student in transition buses to transport. So we have a lot of families, we might have to go to Mount Pleasant all the way to Springfield. But we do transport now.
And so it's really challenging, and Miss Mary makes a great point. I don't know if you all could hear her, just talking about the distance of your county. And sometimes it happens that we would have a student, for example, living in Davidson County, and maybe that's the school of origin and moves in with a family in your county. Well, it's not really feasible that a student would be on a bus for that length of time. So there are, I guess, caveats to be considered when we talk about transportation to school of origin. You don't want a student on the bus or in a car. You know, you can do things such as gas reimbursement or mileage reimbursement, but you have to consider those factors as well. Absences and tardiness. Sometimes it happens that as students are transitioning, or maybe they stayed in a different place the previous night than they normally do, and they weren't able to catch the bus, they miss school. If a student is homeless and misses school or is tardy to school related to that circumstance, then those absences and tardies can't be held against them. And so that's really important when we talk about truancy court and truancy violations. That's really important to remember. The payment of fees. If you have a student who, for example, is a senior in high school and hasn't turned in a textbook and owes a graduation fee, you still have to release the records and give the student his or her diploma. You can't withhold academic records if a homeless student hasn't paid fees or turned in textbooks or things like that. And then one of the last things that we hear at the school level that's really common, that's a struggle for teachers, is academic-related concerns. If you have a student, and you all heard this in the video clip, who is trying to do homework by candlelight, by flashlight, in a car, and those things do happen on a daily basis throughout the state of Tennessee, it's really challenging for teachers to be mindful of that and give assignments that the students can complete. So it's really important to work with teachers and ensure that they're not assigning something that could discriminate against a student being homeless. For example, if a teacher were to say that something has to be done online and the student doesn't have access to a computer or to the internet, then there needs to be an alternate assignment. Okay? And we even have had a call a couple months ago, a district that wanted to go one-to-one, where every student had a device. But they didn't want their homeless students to receive a device because they were concerned that the teenagers living in shelters wouldn't be able to keep up with them because they might be stolen. And they were worried that if they did lose their device or have it stolen, they wouldn't be able to pay for it. So we need to be really mindful that policies and practices that we have, whether they're written or it's just something that we do on a daily basis, don't discriminate against students simply for being homeless. So here are some of the most common issues. Let's talk about some questions that we should consider. And obviously these are things I think that probably you all do extremely well. Do you have specific written procedures in place so that if you have turnover at your school level, you can point your school level person to read those instructions about enrolling and identifying students? Okay, so that's really important. You all, I think, have that. Do you have a team in place for supporting students? And research shows us that this is one of the most significant factors for helping students in transition be successful. Kind of providing those wraparound services to students. It's not just academic, but a group of people who come together on a regular basis and talk about concerns, challenges, celebrations, and anything that they need to be aware of or any other services that they should perhaps try to provide or touch base with the community agency to provide. Do you train your school and district staff at least annually? There are new guidelines in ESSA about mandatory annual training, and I'll share more information about that in a little bit. Do you have your current up-to-date posters? And I know Maury County does because we were here a couple months ago and they had them in place. They also have to be in schools as well as places that your families who are in transition would visit, such as laundromats, soup kitchens, shelters. And you wouldn't believe the calls that we get because our names are on those posters. I get calls sometimes from 50, 60-year-old men, women, families living in shelters because they're desperate and they see that poster, they see my name, the information, and they reach out. You know, unfortunately, I have to tell them that it's, you know, we work with kids in education with certain ages, but we're able to point them in the right direction. But the posters really are required for a reason. We talked about policies to make sure that we're not discriminating against students because of their homeless status. And then also, and this is a biggie, do you have written procedures for your dispute resolution process? So if at the school level, and correct me if I'm wrong, at the school level, you all send a form to Mary, and then she makes the final determination if the student is homeless, correct? Well, if she says a student isn't homeless, she has to provide in writing specifically to that student's parent that sharing information that he or she does not qualify and why. Okay? So that's required by law. The parent has the right, or if we're talking about an unaccompanied homeless youth, has the right to dispute that. And then a panel of people look at that again and they can revisit. And then if it doesn't get resolved, it can come to the state level. But that's really important. And as we travel the state, we realize a lot of districts don't have necessarily a policy for that.
Can I ask a question about that? Because sometimes we certify these students as homeless, but the parent really does not want them to be homeless. And what is the system there? Because normally I just leave them out. I mean, we provide the services. We might not, you know, let them know that they're homeless, but we provide the services. What should we do with that situation when they don't want to be homeless?
And I think she makes a really good point. If you couldn't hear her, she was asking about students and families who don't want to be labeled as homeless. What do you do? And she said a great thing this morning that I really appreciated, that it's never wrong to err on the side of kids. And so if it does mean that you explain to the family, okay, we're talking about living in transition and your child has certain needs and we're here to provide services and you might not need anything now, but we're still available, I would certainly go ahead and identify and report that student and keep a watch on the student's progress and for any, you know, signs of concern and touch base with the family. And a lot of times that's one of the challenges of identifying and serving homeless students. You hear families say, well, we take care of our own. Well, it's really common if you have some kind of incident like a fire, you know, family loses their house, then it would just be common, right, for extended family or friends to take that family in. Technically, that family would qualify as homeless, but a lot of people don't want that label. And so it can be really challenging to work with that. But as she said, it's never wrong to err on the side of kids. So hopefully we'll continue to do that. So what are some effective practices? Now that we've talked about some of the challenges, some questions that we should ask when we are serving and working to identify students living in transition. So the most important thing is collaboration. Collaboration is required in federal law, and it is even strengthened in the new law. Collaboration with community agencies, collaborations with agencies that provide housing. And that can be challenging at times because the definition of homeless, according to McKinney-Vento, which is what the Department of Ed uses, is different than the definition of homeless that HUD uses. So you might have a family that qualifies as homeless based on McKinney-Vento guidelines, but they would not qualify for housing for HUD. And it gets even trickier when we're talking about unaccompanied homeless youth. They don't qualify for any kind of long-term housing through HUD. That will be changing somewhat in the law. But this is a really important piece to collaborate and to provide services that a lot of times school districts aren't equipped to provide because of budgetary cuts or budgetary shortfall, I guess we'll say. Be sure that the students living in transition have access to academic services. This can be before school, this can be after school. We have districts that partner with, for example, Boys and Girls Club. During the summer, the homeless students are able to attend summer programming, so they get to do things like swim and visit parks and do things outdoors, but there's also an academic component to that. We have other districts that have specific summer academic camps for students who are living in transition. So there are a lot of ways to address their academic needs year-round. Some districts make sure that they get to the front of the list for those types of activities or services if they don't offer them specifically for students living in transition. The next one is really big. When we talk about participating in extracurricular activities, we know that the time that a student spends in school is crucial to his or her life, both as he or she is experiencing it and then also for years to come. But it's also after school that can be just as important because participation in clubs, events, sports teams, that's where students have access to their peers and to other adults. And they have an opportunity to participate in something, and they have an opportunity to develop meaningful, positive relationships. And unfortunately, this is one area where our students really struggle for different reasons. Number one, if it involves a fee, or if it involves a uniform or having to purchase something special. If transportation is required, if it's after school, and that means that someone would have to come and get the student from school, sometimes that's not feasible. So we really want to try to find connections where our students living in transition can participate in those extracurricular activities, not just the academic ones. To collaborate and communicate with families. A lot of times people will call me and they'll say, I don't think we should help this family because this is what the mother has chosen. Well, but we serve kids first, and we serve families. And it's not our place to judge how students got to the circumstances in which they find themselves. And they find themselves in circumstances not of their own choosing. And so it's really important for us to remember that a lot of times when we're dealing with families in these circumstances, they're in survival mode. They're just trying to worry about finding a safe place to stay. A lot of families worry about their family being separated, perhaps if it's a situation where they might need to go into the shelter. I'm sure you all are aware that most shelters that actually house families don't allow boys over a certain age. So if you have a family and you have, let's say, a young girl or boy who's 5 or 6, and you have a boy who's 14, the 14-year-old can't stay at the shelter. So he would be separated from his family. It's a common practice nationwide. And in Tennessee, we don't have as many shelters as other places do, and we don't have as many family shelters. So a lot of people worry that if they go to school and say that they don't have a place to stay, their family will be disrupted, that the school will call DCS and they'll lose custody and things like that. So it's really important that we work with families and that we're not judging and we're just saying we're here to help and support your child, and that they still have involvement in decisions that involve their children. And then obviously if students are homeless, they qualify for free lunch. And once a student qualifies as being homeless, he or she qualifies the whole year. So if a student qualifies in August, he or she is considered homeless for the remainder of the year through May. If he or she qualifies in March, then that status stays until the end of the school year. And then the beginning of the next school year, probably not Miss Mary because she's leaving you all, sorry, but someone will qualify those students at the beginning of the next school year. So that's how that works. And we have a scenario about that. We talked about transportation. We talked about working with your exceptional children or your SPED department. I saw on the sign-in sheet someone's here from the Family Resource Center, and that's a perfect combination of services when we're talking about supporting children and families experiencing homelessness. Because a lot of times the Family Resource Center has access to services and items that would be needed that a lot of community members provide, or that can be purchased through your Title I-A set aside. We also talked about some realistic expectations, fair expectations for academic coursework, for assignments and homework and things like that. I think certainly all teachers want to be mindful of students' needs and challenges. It's just, letting them know that we have certain students who might need a different kind of assignment in order to meet the expectations. We have districts across the state, and we're certainly in one today, that partner with community agencies and organizations to really provide support to families and students. So it's not just that the district is tasked with doing all of these things, it's that your homeless liaison has been able to reach out and form partnerships with businesses and organizations here in your community. We talked already about support teams and the need to train and educate your teachers. It's really interesting, some districts require new teacher training, either teachers new to the profession, or educators new to the profession, or educators new to a district. And we have some districts that require them to do a training specifically on students living in transition. One district even makes them pass a test online. But it's really important because a lot of, and I'm going to say, I don't want to say young, but teachers who are new to the profession say, I had no idea that we had homeless students. I didn't take a single course at university where anybody prepared me for serving students living in extreme poverty and facing the circumstances that some kids do. So that's why the training is really important, to make sure that we're providing it to everyone and to make sure that everyone's in compliance with the law. Here you have some examples of intra-district collaboration. So this is talking about folks in departments that really should work together in providing a comprehensive network of services. And some of the most important people in our school district are our secretaries, our custodians, and our bus drivers. Because a lot of times they have relationships with kids that other people don't necessarily have. Your bus drivers can tell you when he or she picks someone up in the morning who's normally not there, or who's not on his or her roster, or can tell you where they're dropping kids off. So the bus drivers are crucial to help you identify and serve your population of students experiencing homelessness. Your school nurses can tell you if you have students who go to see them with needs for chronic conditions that aren't being met, and can help hopefully clue in and provide additional recommendations for services. Also your cafeteria workers, which kids are the ones who seem to not get enough to eat. And you heard the young lady talk about that in the video. She said it's really embarrassing. But we ask other kids, are you going to eat that? We talked about some of the departments, and yes, I included fiscal, because they're the ones who have access to a Title I-A set aside for homeless, which with our new law will be required for every single district, for students across the district, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And your EIS team, because again, you want to make sure that you're flagging kids correctly so that you're reporting them. Your community collaboration, again, this is required in the law, but also the best practice to collaborate with housing agencies, to be able to coordinate and collaborate with community food pantries. USDA, for example. USDA offers summer food programs that districts can take advantage of, and we have a lot of homeless students who benefit from those types of programs in the summer when school's not in session. We're really fortunate in Tennessee to have a lot of faith-based and community organizations that really help provide resources and items that might not otherwise be available. So we're really fortunate in our state to have so many people who are willing to give and to help out. local shelters and businesses, post-secondary institutions. We have quite a number of post-secondary institutions in the state, and we have some districts who have partnered successfully with those institutions to make sure that students who are homeless, for example, thinking of a program between Rutherford, Murfreesboro, and the university there, that students who are homeless go to the front of the list for housing. And they have a counselor. If a student is homeless in his or her senior year, then they are assigned a counselor at the university to kind of help them through academics, through housing, even filling out FAFSA. I don't know if you guys remember that. Gosh, that was horrible. I think it's still pretty bad. To reach out to McKinney-Vento liaisons in other districts, we have people who've been liaisons in their districts for 20 years. They are considered national experts. They're in some of the national videos, and people from all over the state will contact those folks and say, hey, I know you've been doing this for 20 years. What in the world would you do in this case? And the nice part is, even though they're super busy, they're very willing to provide guidance and to help out. And of course, Mr. Boulding, who's the state homeless coordinator, is a great resource, and also to collaborate with the juvenile justice system. Yes, please do.
One of the big problems we have in housing is when they go, like, open housing is always full. Section 8 is too close. But when you go, the first thing they want to ask is for food. But homelessness, that's a reason.
And that's a really great point. I don't know if you all were able to hear what she said. She talked about a lot of times a barrier is a credit check or even having a deposit. So we have families sometimes who qualify as being homeless who live in an apartment. Maybe they don't have a monthly lease because they have a weekly lease. And that does happen. Or they live in a trailer that has a weekly lease because they can't pay for a month to month, or they can't pay a deposit on what would be a 6-month lease. So that's a great point. And it is often really challenging, especially in rural areas, to find adequate, available housing.
But probably the one thing we pay the most on are deposits and utilities.
And that's a really hard part. She mentioned that a lot of what they pay, the significant percentage will probably be for deposits and utilities. With McKinney-Vento, we can use funds from our Title I-A set-aside for homeless and for districts that receive a sub-grant. We can purchase some things for family, well, for children, but we can't use it for parents or for rent or anything like that. And that's really hard sometimes because we all want to do the right thing, and we'll have parents who will come and say, I just need to pay my last month's electric bill, especially in the winter and it's cold, but we don't have access to those funds through the McKinney-Vento sub-grant or through our Title I-A set-aside. That's a great point. Thank you. You should recognize the poster here. This is your homeless poster in English. They're available for free in both English and Spanish, and these are the ones that are posted in your schools. Oh, you only get 20, she said. Sorry. So I guess be careful what you ask for. Only one per school. Just to make sure that we're aware of the many reasons of homelessness. It's much more common now to have families who find themselves descending into homelessness for reasons that really are just everyday things, unfortunately, that happen. If you have a death in the family, sometimes you have families who experience a lot of medical bills that they can't pay. Perhaps it's the person who worked and brought in the most money for the family, and they're not able to make ends meet. If you have someone in the family who has significant medical bills, and a lot of the time we're talking about families who don't necessarily have access to insurance, and so they have high medical costs and aren't able to pay them. If you have someone who loses a job, a lot of times if he or she doesn't necessarily have a skill set, and isn't able to find work, families can find themselves descending into homelessness. It also happens sometimes when parents divorce. You have sometimes a huge change in living circumstances, and sometimes parents are no longer able to survive after a divorce as they were to before when they had 2 incomes perhaps. So just to be mindful of that, to continue to collaborate, be respectful of working with parents and families who really are going through something that most of us could not or none of us would want to imagine. to provide appropriate support and advocacy. Again, that we're not here to judge, but that we're able to say, here are some resources you could use. How can we best serve your student or your students? We talked about collaboration, and then we also talked about not judging or discriminating, making sure that we don't violate what now will be required or protected with FERPA under the law. Also, that we don't hold children accountable for actions of adults. Sometimes, you know, like I said, I do get calls when people say, well, her mother's choosing to live with this boyfriend and then she has a new boyfriend and they're somewhere else. But you still have a kid who doesn't have a safe, adequate place to stay. And then just to, as you all know, you can't assume that families are going to open up and share every detail with you that you might need before you fill out your form and send it to Ms. Mary. Because sometimes there are some really intimate and uncomfortable questions that have to be asked. Here are some resources. The first one is the McKinney Dental Liaison in your district. It's a great resource. And then also some resources. There's the official link to USED and for NACY, the National Association for the Education of Homeless Children and Youth, and then NCHE, the National Center for Homeless Ed. NCHE actually provides the technical assistance to USED. So if districts have a question, they don't call USED about homeless, they call NCHE. And they have a toll-free hotline that anyone can call and ask for help. Parents, advocates, attorneys, kids, people who work in schools, in the school systems. So I would definitely encourage you to note the phone number as well as the website. Really quickly, I'm going to talk about the Every Student Succeeds Act, and then we're going to take a break before we bring you guys back to work a little bit. So as you all know, President Obama signed ESSA on December 10th, and this is a reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So no more No Child Left Behind after the end of June. As of July 1, we will be following ESSA. And here are some of the most significant changes to McKinney-Vento. We're really pleased, and I think people across the country are pleased, because there are more protections in place for kids experiencing homelessness than in previous iterations of the law. What this means, though, is that we have more responsibilities, but we know that those things are needed. A superficial change, it's no longer Title 10, it will be Title 9. So McKinney-Vento will be Title 9. So that's an easy change. Here's going to be a big one for a lot of districts. Now, school of origin is usually a K through 12, just where the student was residing. That definition is going to be expanded to include pre-K as well as feeder school patterns. So if your high school starts in, your high school, let's say, is 9 through 12 grades, you have a student in 8th grade who is homeless. Well, now, under the law, when the student goes to high school, he or she would go to that zoned school where he or she's staying, correct? I mean, you have some districts who might say, oh, it's okay, we'll let you. But it's not a requirement. It will be a requirement in the law. And also for pre-K programs. If you have a student enrolled in pre-K who becomes homeless, sometimes districts don't provide transportation, and so if the family can't get the student there, they lose their spot. Well, under ESSA, that will be protected. That will be considered a school of origin. So that's going to be those are two significant changes for that definition. There will be mandatory annual training of homeless liaisons. So Mr. Bolden is going to be very busy. Starting 12, still busy, but going to be very busy, especially after July 1. I already talked about the FERPA light protections, that the living situation of a homeless student will be protected under FERPA. And a lot of times, it can be really challenging to determine if students qualify. You might suspect a family isn't being completely honest. Maybe a student, a family or student wants to go to school, to go to a certain school in a certain district, and you suspect that maybe that's why they're saying that they're homeless. I'm not saying it happens, I'm just saying sometimes we suspect. And some of our district liaisons will contact the landlord, or will contact the family and say, hey, you know, this family told me that they're staying with you, I just want to verify that. That's going to be really challenging moving forward, because now that will be protected with a lot of protections. So we're going to work closely with districts to come up with ways that they can get the information that they need without violating that student's living circumstances. July 1. If you noticed, on one of the first slides, we were talking about the definition of who qualifies as being homeless. Students awaiting foster care placement, that will be removed from the law, from the Kenny-Vento after 1 year, and will become a protection under Title I, Part A. So right now, if you have any students awaiting foster care placement, they do qualify as homeless, but that will change after 1 year. The good thing is that Title I-A will be expanded to provide protections for all kids in foster care. So it won't be just those who are awaiting placement. And then the last significant change, and there are a lot of changes, but this is one of the most significant, is that all LEAs will have to set aside a sufficient amount for a Title I-A homeless set aside for all schools. Currently, the requirement is that an LEA sets aside a sufficient amount for homeless students in non-Title I schools. But we've had districts that all of their schools are Title I, and so they've not done a set aside because they had a Title I-A, they received Title I-A funds. And now it's going to be required that every district determine a sufficient amount and set that aside for all homeless students in the district, whether they're in a Title I school or a non-Title I school.
So is this money carried over like, if it's not used, if the school system uses that money, how they use that money?
That's a great question. It would follow the same guidelines as regular Title I-A carryover. So the cap is 15%. And it's really challenging, you know, we see all of the consolidated funding applications for every district in the state. And we see which amounts districts set aside. Some districts say $10 per student who's homeless. We know that's probably not reasonable unless they have enormous support from the community. Then we have some districts who say $1,000 per student. And we know that that's probably not, you know, that's probably way too much as well. So it is difficult to judge, but I'm sure your districts will determine a method for coming at the right amount to be set aside. But those are the biggest changes for the law. There are some other changes that are just as important, but these are the ones that will probably impact your work the most.
Let me ask you about the previous program, as you said before, and we've been trained on that this is only for one student, right? And are we talking about the students who are actually enrolled in a P3 or P4 class, or just anybody in that age range be classified as a pre-K student?
That's a great question. It would just be those students enrolled in a pre-K program, but those who are in a pre-K classroom. And as you all know, for pre-K, a student who's homeless goes to the front of the list because your pre-K slots fill up like that. So the law doesn't require you to go over the cap, but the law says if a student is homeless, you have to put his or her name at the front of that waiting list. You don't go over what is allowed, but you do need to make sure that that student goes to the front of the line, so to speak. And I've shared a lot of information with you, Mr. Bolden. We're going to do a quick review of your answers, and let's see how you did, and then we're going to take a quick break.
So, what we covered, that's okay. We were able to cover quite a bit of information, so hopefully you're not in information overload having a moment of that right now. But we went over the definitions and rights under McKinney-Vento. We also discussed the impacts of learning as well. We briefly went over national, state, and local trends, covered responsibilities of district liaisons. We also looked at effective practices and wrapped up with the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA. And in your folders, there's actually, NAEYC published a wonderful update of just a summarization of what those major changes to ESEA through ESSA are. So just know the new acronym as of July 1st is what? ESSA. You gotta know it. I love it. All right. Now we're going to take a quick break after we go over our answers. So, number one, the characteristics of a typical sheltered homeless family. Mother in late 20s, 2 children. Right. What percentage of children in homeless families are under age 6? 51%. Come on, Ms. Mary. What is the average age at which a teenager becomes homeless? 14. Yes. 14.7. What is Tennessee State ranking on child homelessness? 41. And the last question is the most poignant. How does this information impact your work? Take a moment and think about it. You may have something to share. All right, does anyone want to share how they feel this information impacts their work? Anyone?
You have to focus on strategies for student success.
Yeah.
You know that somebody's homeless and it gives you ideas and areas you may venture into to make it successful. I'm at the alternative school, so a lot of the homeless population, of course, I don't know the whole breakdown, but I guarantee a lot of them over here. Because unfortunately, being homeless causes behavior issues. And so we try to address those first.
And in the new law, it will be required that states disaggregate data, and now they will be required to include homeless status in graduation cohort as well as state assessment results. So we have not required that, but that will be a requirement moving forward.
Any other thoughts before break?
Using the term living in transition, I think would give some of them to open up.
Yes. Thanks for sharing.
But you know, we go out and talk to groups about it. So many of them have no idea what the term transition means. And so we always have to comment the word homeless in there because until we knew, what are you talking about, children in transition, you know? And I will say one other thing. I think when we speak to groups or talking, they see that 150 homeless in Murray County. You know, we had no idea we had homeless, this many homeless children. So we need your help if you identify somebody to tell us, Mary, and she can tell us.
Always need to review our vision and your partners to make sure we're all. So districts and schools in Tennessee will exemplify excellence and equity such that all students are equipped with the knowledge and skills to successfully embark on their chosen path of life. And you all do an amazing job of that as well already. And
We always show fraud, waste, and abuse. We have wasted your time.
Right.
We have defrauded the state of Tennessee by providing you with paper copies, and here's a phone number, and that's not going to be all shared. We're required to share, so that information is there.
all right, before we go to our scenarios, we're going to take a break for about 15 minutes. So if we could come back together at, I guess, at 11:45. That would be great. There's coffee in the front if you would like to be refreshed with some coffee. And we'll meet back at 11:45. 10:45, I'm so sorry. Please come back. Don't come back at 11:45, that's a little too late. So 10:45, friends, my brain is just not really working.
Play football, baseball. She's getting screwed. They parade about $1,000. Guess what? TV station. Interviewed my dad. I'm like, what's
Mr. Bush.
Trying to get one for each school. I've sent one to your principal, but sometimes that doesn't get down to the right one.
I got one on my and I'll call
Well, that's
not talking.
Yeah, so I'm lucky I've got Alice. Oh, just, oh, I hear
Yeah.
And then the one I she's like, anyway, she's late. So then when I I mean, she's getting there like and so then she tries to say, well, and the reason why
Andre said I wouldn't know her, and I did. I see Jennifer. Oh my God, you look wonderful.
this one, I didn't just, I saw you guys on that.
I've seen Jenny all her life. Andre said, you see Jennifer? And I didn't think so. Well, you just read Melissa. Rick.
Stop. You were right.
What?
You were right, just a fly.
He's just a fly. Okay.
You were right.
Because I've seen her in 2 years. She's one of the last and I probably just came off. She said something about it. She said,
Okay, friends, if you could come back together. That is the best. Okay, we're gonna go on and jump into our scenario so I can get you out by 4 or 5. Just kidding. Just making sure you were paying attention. We're gonna model our expectation. The whole key to these scenarios is you just want to make sure that we start the conversation of how we can begin to problem solve. So these are just some problem solving steps, and we'll use some of the information that we received this morning to inform how we process it. So we'll model this one together. So scenario 1, this should be in your packet in the about 2 pages. So Josh is a 17-year-old student from Lauderdale County in Alabama. He shows up at Giles County High School in January to enroll in school and says he is staying with a friend in the area. He does not have proof of residency or any academic records from his previous school. When the registrar at Giles County High calls his former school, Lauderdale County High in Alabama, the secretary refuses to release any information, saying that he did not return his textbooks or his JROTC uniform. So, how do you proceed further? How would you proceed? When I see this passage, there are a few things that I kind of pull out. In the second sentence, it says that he's staying with a friend in the area. He does not have proof of residency or any academic records from his previous school. Is there any additional information that you may need? Why is he staying there? Yes, excellent question. Any other thoughts? We're going to call Miss Mary, and Miss Mary is going to walk us through how to do this. Okay. Well, the key here is, what does the law say? Does he lack a fixed regular nighttime residence? Yes, at this time he does. So because we know he lacks a fixed regular nighttime residence, can we have a little bit more information when we give to Miss Mary? Say, you know what, Miss Mary, we know he lacks a fixed regular nighttime residence. Is it possible that he's home? Is he? What information? Do we need more information from him? Yeah, we do. Can we go on and enroll him? Yes. Should we hold it against him that, you know what, he didn't turn in those pesky textbooks or his uniform?
In what scenario would you not go on and enroll him?
Oh, now that's a good question. Well, if he was on.
But if he lives with somebody else and he doesn't have proof of residency or academic records, why would you not? I mean, I don't know anything. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah.
And that's a great question. Unfortunately, a lot of the calls that we get are with instances involving high school students in enrollment. And you may have raised one of them, so we need to know why. Is he staying with a friend because he wants to play football with his high school team? Or is it he's staying with a friend because he has nowhere else to stay? The school should go ahead and enroll. The law says immediate, and sometimes districts will call and say, well, when it says immediate, what do you mean by immediate? Does that mean 24 hours? Does that mean 14 people? And I'm the same way, I want a definite timeline. You know, some specific guidelines. Immediate enrollment. But some schools don't. Some schools wouldn't because of the age, would not have an adult resident, because of course the law says you still have to. Some schools wouldn't because of the lack of proof of residency. The law says you still have to. Some schools wouldn't because he doesn't have academic records. Well, you can still ask the student, okay, can you tell me in which class you were enrolled, and in the meantime go ahead and enroll him as the law requires. The fact that charged with making sure that you're following your school and district policies of enrollment, but we also want people to be aware that there are laws that you have to enroll kids.
And I think one reason in Murray County we kind of hesitate is because we do charge it tuition. And we have people who, a girlfriend is attending the school in Murray County, and they decided they're so in love and he or she wants to be with the partner. And so they come and, come over and stuff. And I guess one reason the principals also is because the coordinate. Once they come and they only stay a week or two, that's gonna be a kid against that school. So that's sometimes why we have a hesitation. But it's error on the side of the students, which won't have no problem.
And those are valid concerns, and I do think honestly that's why most of the calls we get about this are from high schools. They're not from elementary schools or middle schools, and that is a reasonable concern.
Time. We have 3 more scenarios.
Well, that was told they could say he could, 12 o'clock to do all that.
Okay, well, let's vote really fast. We'll take a quick vote. So option 1 is I can break you up into groups and you can go over the scenarios individually and then come back together. Or we could do them whole group as option 2. So hands for option 1. Hands for option 2. I love it. Okay. That means you have to talk right through the rest of it. So let's go over this. So.
Before we do this, do you all have any additional questions about the first scenario, or what, how would you proceed at the school level that is going to be called a scenario?
So we have to enroll that student even without a guardian.
If you determine that the student is, now if a student shows up without a parent or guardian and says, my girlfriend, I'll just say this very simple, my girlfriend lives here and I've heard it's a great school, we met on the internet, so I moved up here. Not that that happens, but if it were to, and that's the reason, then that student probably would not qualify as homeless, and you would not have to follow those enrollment procedures. If the student says, I was living in an unsafe situation and that's why I don't have a dog, or they
So based on this scenario right now, we would be within our rights to ask him a couple of questions, possibly try to contact where he says he's living. Now, after July 1st, the contacting where he says he's living. Would it be against, would we be able to, could we ask the school in Lauderdale County, hey, do you know why he left? Okay, so that wouldn't be, we'd be able to gather all that information. And if we determine that they say, well, we got to report that he ran away. Not enrolling then, because that's a legal issue.
Could be a legal issue, yes. And it gets really challenging when you're talking about DCS because obviously we're mandatory reporters. But that obligation resides with each individual person to determine if he or she is going to call based on a fear of a student being neglected or immature. And those are great questions, and just to keep in mind that sometimes a 17-year-old by himself might not be as willing to open up and share all of his life secrets. And that the school might not know. The school in Lauderdale County, he didn't turn in his uniform, so they're probably not even going to know. In this instance, you could call the school because the school has records that he was enrolled there and you need to get those records. What probably you wouldn't be able to do is if he says he's staying with girlfriend in public housing, he's not on the lease. And now it's a really tricky situation if you are trying to determine and you call the person who's in charge of that housing complex or whatever and say, we have a 17-year-old reporting that he's staying with so-and-so, is that true? Well, we can do that now. It might not be best practice because what can happen is the girlfriend's family can lose their housing because they're not supposed to have anybody living with them on the lease, right? But you could still call the school. Or if he says, I'm staying with the family, to be able to say, okay, can you have the family contact us? Or here's a form, that we would like notarized and not reported by those parties. But those are great questions.
But the word runaway, would that not classify them or could classify them now as being home?
Absolutely, it would be unaccompanied homeless. Yes.
But we could give the family that he's staying with an authorization for release of information, or get his permission. Because that's my biggest thing, how, I mean, 17-year-olds lie all the time, so. How do you,
3-year-old, she's already lying.
but how do you verify that what he's saying is even true, and his parents aren't frantic looking for him, and then we just willingly enrolled him, and we're not gonna tell anybody, where do that? I mean, that's my biggest.
And you can ask for parental contact information and contact, because we don't know the circumstances of why he's not living with us. We don't know if he chose to leave. We don't know if he was forced to leave. We don't know the circumstances. And a lot of times we realize that families aren't going to be as forthcoming with all the details that we might need to make those determinations. So we have to make decisions based on the information that we have, knowing that sometimes we might not have 100% information. We see this sometimes with teenage girls who get pregnant. They'll say that they leave home, the families will say they ran away or we made them leave. But what choice really does a 15, 16, 17-year-old have sometimes in those types of circumstances? It's becoming much more prevalent across the nation that we have students because of their orientation that they are forced to leave home and they have nowhere to stay. And so a lot of times those aren't things that would necessarily come up in a conversation that we would ask about. But I think as long as we're mindful of that, we're trying to gather information.
What about a situation that happens like last year, where the parents of the girl let the man with them go to the home with them? The mother of the girl wanted to make a decision for the young man. I had a time with that. Plus, they didn't want to pay tuition because the family let him move in with the young lady, his family, and then the mother also let him move in. And they wanted to be classified as homeless.
And sometimes that's really challenging. As long as you can, it's the local liaison that makes the determination. Like Jonathan can't call you and say you have to say this case. You make that determination. If they don't qualify, you provide the reason in writing based on the law. If you go back to that question of do they have fixed, regular, adequate housing? And so that's when you can talk about the reason for being local. So that's probably going to be the thing there. If they qualify, how, or if they don't qualify, they're not qualified. And then some districts have, I don't know if you were talking about a release of authorization form, but it's the responsibility of the liaison to serve as that formal advocate for an unaccompanied college child to make decisions and that can play into whether it's transportation, if you have a class change. In most high schools, in order to drop a class and pick up another one, you have to have some kind of form signed by your guardian. Well, if you have an unaccompanied homeless youth, how does that schedule change happen? In a lot of districts, it's through the homeless liaison, not through another guardian. So different other districts are process. So number 2, we're going to let you all work with your table partners. So the question is, we have this for scenario number 2 under handouts. Michaela and Michael are 6-year-old twins whose mother was recently remanded to a state facility. Before she was committed to the state facility, she had been evicted from the family's apartment housing in Henry County. The children's uncle lives in Williamson County and he's willing to take care of the twins. But he thinks that it would be best for them to continue attending the school in which they were enrolled in Murray County. So how do you proceed? What additional information do you think is needed? And so this is a question that I had about 3 months ago. It was not with Murray and Williamson, but it did involve 2 districts and a brother's district whose mother had been committed to a state mental institution. So let's take about 3 minutes. You can work with your table partners to talk through the scenario, what's the essential information, and how would you proceed?
We need to find out about transportation. We have to provide transportation. Right. They live way out in the top end of Williamson County, like near Davidson. She didn't say, we're just talking Yeah, exactly, because if they're way down here, right, to drive that far and deal with traffic, then it would be just as.
So one of the ones that we might want to sleep with or advise the parents an uncle hardship is when it has on these two children who are already.
And I guess the biggest thing is finding out where the uncle lives. Because if he's right in like Springfield, if he's in Springfield, Williamson County, then that would be. We'd still
have his address to us.
Exactly. Well, and there was another situation, like you said, what if that family?
Okay, friends, we're gonna come back now, and yes, I was not a pre-K, but ever since they're teachers, they friends in elementary school, it used to drive me nuts. They're not my friends, they're 5, it's not possible, but. So let's go over our thoughts for scenario number 2. Does anyone want to start sharing?
You got to enroll them, and you just got to talk with Williamson County about transportation.
They're already enrolled.
You got to let them stay there and just get with Williamson County.
You had the right answer.
Yeah.
Is DCS involved? That's what I want to know. Is DCS involved?
Who has guarded?
Who has guardian of the kids now that mom?
Generally, who does that responsibility for
A lot of
transportation
information
fall
we
on?
don't know. So this is going to be that's a great question. It's going to be an interesting thing with ESSA. If the students are, let's say for example, there's been a lag time between the mother being committed to the facility and the uncle kind of coming into the picture and saying, I'm going to take care of the niece and nephew. If there's been a lag time and they're in the system, they're in foster care, like just a short-term living or short-term placement or something, currently the school district is required to provide transportation. With ESSA, the agency will be required to provide transportation because the agency receives $100, and the agency will be required to. That's a great question.
So if they're living in Williamson County, going to a Murray County school, it's going to be Murray County Schools' responsibility to drive to Williamson County to pick up these children and bring them back? Is that what you're saying?
No, so if they're in like DCS custody,
DCS will have to, but under the present system.
under the system after July 1. Currently, the two school systems have to work together to work out transportation.
And what does that look like is what I'm saying.
It looks different in each district. So some districts work really well together, and they say, we'll meet you at the county line, and we'll pick up and drop off. In some systems, it doesn't sometimes shake out so well. And if the two districts can't come to an agreement, then it's brought to the state level and the state decides who will provide transportation and who bears the cost. I mean, usually districts just share it, but sometimes that doesn't happen for various reasons.
In the meantime, how do kids get there?
And that's a great question.
That's not gonna happen overnight.
And if they miss school, those absences can't be held because it is tied to their circumstances. And again, it also comes down to the two districts working together to being able to solve the problem because it needs to be as quick as possible.
As a first person that's getting this information to me, it is so. And my first step, is to report that I feel autonomous, send it to Mary. But in the past, our second step has been to notify the bus garage. But is that the person that's gonna make those decisions, the bus garage?
We notify the bus garage. We have a form that we have to submit to them. Like I said, we have 2 buses. It's assigned to students in transition. We notify them after working out a decision with Williams County. Most likely, we will meet them at the line.
Well, if the parent, and I realize that y'all do that, Ms. Mary, but like the parent says, well, when are they gonna pick the kid up? Do y'all tell them all of that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And we send a letter from our office, and we make them homeless. We send them a letter out to at this point, it will be the uncle, to let them know. Because in reality, he's contacted our office and said, I want the children to remain in Murray County School. But I have a question about that in just in a minute. But we will contact him. He will contact us most likely, and we will contact the transportation department, and we'll fill out a form. We have a form that we send to the transportation, and we all have to sign off on it. And they'll normally we do not go in Williams County. We go to the line, and they'll meet us at the line, and we have a time to be there in the morning and a time to pick them up in the evening.
Well, I know this just recently this happened to me, and I was just so worried about that kid, whether or not he's gonna get picked up, but once we report to you, that's all taken care of. You contact them and relay all the information to them. So it's relay out of our.
Right, and Stacy is the one that, either Tammy, the one that send the information over to Ms. Rochester. I think we have a new contact person now. But, we have a contact person in transportation that we talk to.
And if I may say for this one too, one thing that you might want to do is talk to the uncle to determine if he fully understands, for example, if he has children in Williamson County, they might be on a different schedule than Murray County. Now, that's not to say that you would try to dissuade him, but it's just to provide the information to say, we're willing to do this, we will comply with the law, but as long as you understand, maybe he has high school age students, and he's forgotten that elementary get out quite a bit earlier than high school age students, and maybe he and his wife are at work, and so he would need to work out something else. So the first thing to do is to talk with him and make sure that he feels that's in their best interest, and then go on if it involves transportation.
If the uncle got guardianship, would that not, he's willing to kids and take care of, or custody of children, so if they get things home, I think it's guardianship and custody of it, so they wouldn't have to be on.
That's a great question. The law though says that you can't require power of attorney or official guardianship. So if you're talking about before any legal proceedings would happen, the students would still have to continue to be involved in the proceeding. And you usually see that more in high school age students, because you have so many other factors to consider.
I have a question about the attendance portion. I understand that we can't hold it against them as far as truancy when we're trying to figure out the whole transportation issue and all of that. But we're still required to report that they're absent, but then when they hit that truancy threshold, we just have to keep in the back of our minds that we're not going to send them a 5-day letter,
But
right?
what we need to do is not make it unexcused.
Okay.
And then it would not hit that trigger.
Okay, gotcha.
So you're still reporting it, but you're not holding it against the
Right, okay, gotcha.
Two questions to go off her. What about, I understand that while any court proceedings are going on and whatnot, they would be considered homeless and, they wanted to stay in Murray County. What about afterwards? Let's say, this happens at the beginning of the year and after Christmas or something, he gets the paperwork and he's gone through all the court proceedings and he's now the legal guardian, and the next school year rolls around. Are we still required then to let them attend Murray County, or would that be now he's the legal guardian, he lives in Williamson County, they should go to Williamson County School?
That's a great question. Your policy liaison, so currently Ms. Mary, that makes sure to be somebody else, would contact the family to make the determination if the student qualifies for this. We would assume probably not, since they would be living with someone who had gone to court to say, I'm willing to take care of these children, but there still has to be follow-up to determine that.
And the transportation issue, Ms. Mary, about 4 years ago, we had this situation at Spring Hill with a student and a mother that moved into a home just across the Williamson County line. And it didn't take us but maybe a week or less. Within a week, we had it set up where they got picked up by a bus that came into another neighborhood where a Murray County bus happened to be going through as well. It was that close, and he got dropped off and got picked up. And I mean, it was within a week that we had it set up with Williamson County.
And that's a really nice point, thank you, because, we all assume that we do what we can as quickly as we can for families, but just knowing that sometimes it can be challenging to, sometimes even to get in touch with families. If you're talking about someone with a cell phone, it might be that they run out of minutes, they're not able to purchase another one, or maybe the numbers change quite often, and especially when you're talking about small children, and you're trying to work out those details of who's going to be at the bus stop to meet this kindergartner. Those are also questions that we need to be mindful of. And some districts have really strict policies for students in the circumstances that you're describing, where if the student misses a special bus so many days, consecutively or maybe within the span of a month, then they lose access to that transportation. And I'm certainly not advocating for that, but just saying that we do understand sometimes too that when you're working on transportation for one person, sometimes it can get challenging.
Any other thoughts for scenarios? Ariel? What? So here we have Avery. Avery is an elementary school student who lives with her parents and 2 siblings in Martin County. She and her siblings lost their housing last summer and they became eligible for services Perfect and Evento. At the beginning of the new term in January, Avery's father tells the school secretary that they're renting a home in Ashland 6 month lease. Do the students still meet the criteria for being home?
Yes.
What additional information do you need to take? About 3 minutes to discuss with your partner. Those questions, and we'll come back All right, if you will wrap up your conversation, friends, we'll come back. Yeah, no. If you hear Okay, let's see what we think about this scenario. Do the students still meet the criteria for being home?
Yes.
Why?
Because they're home all year.
Entire school year, you got it. Now, how would you proceed further from that?
That's where the current trends, because if we provide transportation before.
If I can, like, say, if there's a bus that goes, still in our life.
Great point. Any other thoughts?
When the new school year rolls around, you want to revisit it and see, do they still have a fixed and permanent? You just want to follow up with if they were homeless at one point.
And that's an excellent point, because sometimes we know that families want to believe that great things are in place, and they'll think, okay, I'm getting ready to sign a lease, or I'm getting ready to get an apartment. But sometimes, as we know, things fall through and prevent that from happening. And unfortunately, sometimes we also know that sometimes, because of different reasons, families are 100% accurate in the information they give us, and they might be concerned about maybe their homeless status or whatever, and so they might be saying, well, we had a 6-month lease. I had this circumstance in the neighboring county where a family told the school system, oh no, we're going to rent a house. And so the family said, okay, and didn't follow up any further. And I had someone else call about that family and say that they're not. They didn't rent a house. They don't have money for a deposit. But that's what they had told the school. And so of course the school said, oh, okay. Didn't ask any more questions or anything. So just to be mindful that the next year they might not be in that home with a 6-month lease. I think you guys are right on the money. I got one more scenario though.
But we've had 6-month average, that's average, out of zone,
For the next school year, if the liaison.
Oh, not in a year, not that much.
Once they qualify, they qualify for the whole year. And that's why, because we know that families living in transition face several transitions over the course of the year. And so it's nice to have that protection in place for families and students, because they might move another couple of times.
I have a question.
Sure.
Say you have somebody that's qualified as homeless, and they come and they withdraw their student out of the school, and they go to another school that's still in your, still in your district, but how do you handle that? Make sure the school that they went to knows that they qualified as homeless at your school, or?
And that's a really great question, because sometimes that does happen. So there are two possible scenarios. That one, the student is marked as homeless in your local system, and so the people in the new school would know. You have one contact, so she keeps a list and she knows. So she would be red flag probably when she looks at the roster of, I don't know if she does monthly or quarterly, but she would notice that student qualifies as homeless previously. So in that circumstance, the student could choose, the parents, depending on the age, possibly the student, or the student could choose to stay in the school of origin, which would be in that previous school, or the current school. So that's the first one, that we know the student is homeless. Sometimes what happens often is parents will go to a school and they won't say, we were homeless, or we were homeless in our last school. And if the last school hasn't qualified them, that's when it can get really tricky. And you would have to, ask questions to determine if they qualify for being homeless. And the previous school might say, we had no idea, they never said anything. That happens all the time. But if they qualify, then they can return to the school of origin, which is where they were when they became homeless, or they can go to the new school. All great questions. One last scenario, and this happens quite often as well. We had a middle school student whose parents divorced last year. And after the divorce, the father accepted a job and moved to Oklahoma. And since then, his mother has really struggled to make ends meet. So she decides that she's going to take her son to live with her mother in Giles County until she's back on her feet. We hear that a lot. Just I need to get back on my feet. And sometimes back on my feet can be a 1-month thing. It is usually not. It's usually much longer than that, if ever, but we do hear that a lot. And then the mother, she goes back to North Carolina, but she doesn't sign any paperwork for power of attorney or anything like that. But she is able to provide copies of his academic transcripts as well as his most recent IEP. Do you got a couple of big issues here. So take about 3 minutes, talk with your table partners, put that together about what questions you need to ask.
Right, certifying. Right.
One more minute.
Nice to meet your face.
Let's wrap up our conversation and we'll wrap up this scenario. What question do you want to ask?
I think you have to look at this in two separate issues. You've got some legal issues that the grandparents and the mom may have to deal with as far as what if the grandparents take them to the hospital and they need some. That's a legal issue that as a school you're not really interested in. But what happens if something happens at school? I think the easy thing to do here would be to classify them as homeless. You can still communicate with the grandparents because that's where they're living. So they have kind of a fixed and permanent residence, but and an adequate residence, but they don't have that guardianship thing going on. So you can certify them homeless, and that takes some of that legal issue off of our shoulders. If they don't, bus transportation, depending on where they live, those are other issues. But if you certify them homeless, then you can provide them services that maybe the grandparents weren't prepared to provide as far as lunch money and fees for certain things, and let grandma and mom deal with those other legal issues outside as far as medical,
got something saying that she's got power of attorney or guardianship of the child, how do you know she just didn't take that child and move?
Why would mom leave academic transcripts and IEP records? Because grandma, it says mom left it.
We had it where family members take kids all the time.
Yeah, but when they take them, do they bring IEPs and records and transcripts?
Yeah.
But see,
And we threw that in there just to
Yes.
Well,
make that.
but also too, you gotta realize, so the grandmother cannot sign for, it's an IEP means for their child, it's serious. It's IEP.
And you could also contact the previous school to find out if mom withdrew, who withdrew the child, was the child just all of a sudden not showing back up at school, what the scenario was for the school.
But you can make a recommendation that she goes to juvenile and try to get a power of attorney. Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually got this before. That's exactly what I do. I actually called them on and said, we thought about the situation of your mother and she can't take it to the doctor, she often had it with the kid, and for the grandmother, it's like, you really should, legal action, even if it's temporary guardianship, you need to do something. And I'm gonna go about as soon as you get that, let's stop this.
And it's never clean and easy, it's all of these details, and sometimes when you say, okay, I just want to come back, I don't get a thing, you're tense. And on the flip side, we have this happen sometimes in districts where it happens with, let's say, or even or high school age, and the grandmother has the student for 4 years. And at that point, we'll have districts call and say, well, he was homeless the first year, but does he still qualify as homeless, 3-4 years out? So sometimes we do have a side of that. The thing here, too, is with the IEP. So one of the changes, I didn't discuss this, and it's actually in your handout, the NACE put out about the changes in ESSA. The McKinney-Vento District Liaison is going to be responsible as of July 1 and after to be the person to help coordinate with special ed to ensure services are provided to homeless students in this interim. So if you're talking about a dispute resolution or an issue over whether kids qualified and they should be enrolled, it's going to be the responsibility of the McKinney-Vento Liaison. As I said, we get a lot of circumstances where kids have IEPs and it involves 2 different districts, and both districts say, we're not enrolling this kid. Well, in the meantime, Child Find has a stipulation that wherever the child is living, the district has a responsibility to reach out and provide services. But McKinney-Vento says that the requirement is that at the school at which enrollment is being sought, kids must be enrolled. So it's confusing at times, but with the new law, it will be much clearer, and that responsibility will be with your district liaison. Do you all have, yes?
In that current scenario, we think he would be an unaccompanied youth.
He certainly could be, yes, absolutely. Because there's no legal protection, although as we mentioned, McKinney-Vento specifically states you can't deny enrollment to a student who shows up without an adult, and there's no power of attorney or anything in place. But absolutely.
Can you talk a little bit more, if they come in as homeless without the using we're responsible for that, how do we go about doing that?
So that's a great question. It's the responsibility of the district liaison to help facilitate that. So obviously we can't force students to get immunizations, but what our districts do is the liaison will contact the families and say, your student hasn't had immunizations, or your student had the first set but not the second set. And medically, here's why that's important. Because your kid has had the needs a booster or whatever to encourage immunization. I can help you with making an appointment. We can provide transportation to the health department to get those immunizations taken care of.
Okay, stop there for a second. How do we provide, who provides the transportation?
The district can do that. We have a Title I-A home set aside. Funds can be used for that. Again, every district has.
So, is that just somebody from the school or central office volunteering to drive this kid to
Well,
the
it
doctor's
depends
office?
on your
or
district
health
structure. Again, in some districts, the liaison is responsible for everything, for qualifying kids, for providing all the services. In other districts, the responsibilities are more balanced with people at the school level. So it just depends on what your district structure is. I'm gonna go out on a limb, Ms. Mary, and say if here in this district, from what you all have said, would probably be the central office staff, the homeless liaison, who would do that. She probably wouldn't drive him in her car, I would recommend that, but it would help facilitate the transportation. If it's a records issue, to be able to make sure that she can reach out and get records. Ask the parent to sign a release, that might mean meeting the parent at work, meeting the parent somewhere to get him or her to sign so that she can contact the health department to get.
So is that something then, Ms. Carter, that we need to start the conversation with the parents about immunization, or do we just pass it completely to you? What part of that?
I'm sorry, I was trying to get, Ms. Henley to make some copies, I don't need to.
If the kid comes into our schools homeless without immunizations, it's our responsibility to help them get those records or get their immunizations. But she said you might help coordinate that, or do you want us to coordinate that at the school level, or do we hand that over to you to
It
coordinate?
needs to start with you, and if you cannot get it done, Stacy and I and Joe Francis, when she was here, we worked on it. I think we only trained in 2 students that did not, was not able to get it. So just turn it into my office.
Okay. So that's not really a big issue, generally in our town.
We don't have big issues, we work about some kind of way.
But that's not the case everywhere, so that's why we always mention with immunization. And, our school nurses and preventive school health, they do a great job, but they hear all the time that every student has to have an immunization or proof of immunization. Of course, there are 2 exceptions in Tennessee, right? If you have a medical release, if you have a statement from a doctor, signed statement saying that it's not medically in the best interest of the child, or you have a religious exemption. So those are 2 exceptions to immunization. Caveat for non-immunization.
Can you go into the releases, because we was told all the parents had to do is write a statement saying this because of religious reasons.
And again, that looks different in each district. Each district has its own form or its own set of procedures for that. I'll tell you, I was in a district a couple months ago, and the homeless liaison said, well, if I'm not advocating for this, the homeless liaison said, if we make everybody who's homeless who doesn't have immunizations write out a letter for religious exemption. I said, well, that's one option. I probably wouldn't say that, actually, I just want to say that would not be a best practice. But if you do have families that have religious exemption and don't let their students see however your district handles that in the day, not to say you're homeless, you don't have immunizations, we need to sign this.
And we was trying to get them to do something on their, church or whatever they attend. And we was told we could not do that. They could write out their own, excuse. And we don't advocate telling nobody to write out nothing. We make them really work for whatever they do. So, we don't advocate it. Especially when, it's truth and God. We don't want to try to bring something here and take a lot of truth.
As long as you have, the big thing with something like that is that you have documented procedures. And if you have students who's already enrolled and don't have either the immunization or the records, and I guess this would be more at Mary's level, the way that you all are structured, that she has documentation, that she's reached out to the family, that she's offered transportation, that she's tried to do everything within her power, within her legal responsibility to provide that. So documentation is important. So you all have spent, oh yes.
I've heard a couple of times about a release if we're trying to get information for a parent to sign a release for us to contact the school or et cetera. Is this just a form that we come up with for them to sign? Is there a release on a website? I'm just wondering about this release. I feel like it's something I need to have that I don't have.
So it's not required. It's just what some of our districts do. For example, in the case of an unaccompanied homeless youth, when there's not an adult
just wondered if it was something.
Not required. And with ESSA, there will be a piece you talked about if a medical emergency were to happen. If it's off school site, that's one thing, and if it's on a school site, that's another. In ESSA, there will be some, there is some language around students having medical, being able to give consent for students who are homeless. But if you read that, it's on one of the 6 pages there. They have more information there.
I just started this year, so I'm new to it. I had a family I contacted because they wouldn't give proof of residence. I know for a fact where they live. They do not own the home. It is a family member's home. So they don't pay rent. They don't pay the utilities because they're not, well, they pay them, but they're not in their name. Are they considered homeless because they technically don't have a place to live? Because I think they're telling me. I said, why do you not provide the proof? Well, I don't have to know homeless. I've never had to talk to the person to get it before. They have a place to go. It is fixed, it is regular, and it is adequate, but it is not theirs.
That's a really common scenario as well. The questions that you would need to ask would be, first of all, what's the living arrangement? What's the arrangement with the people who own the home? Are they staying there? Are they saying that you can stay as long as you want? Which it happens often that people who are out there welcome or have other families in your space or your house. The second question is, what do you all have like, with the families? What's set in place for your long-term plan? Again, is this something that's temporary? What's your timeline? Are they on the lease? Is there any plan to put them on?
The home is owned by mother-in-law.
So
Mother-in-law lives with someone else. They just stay in the house because they don't have their own place right now.
And so the question is, what are their other options? Are they choosing to live there because it's convenient because they don't have to pay rent?
I can ask them that.
Well, I think in a roundabout way to ask about economic stability, because the issue of doubling up is centered around economic hardship. If you have two families that decide to move in together because it's mutually beneficial, they don't necessarily qualify as being homeless. Because if you were to say, for example, I have a young child and I work the evening shift and I'm a single mom, and I need to find somebody who can get my kid off the bus in the evenings. Maybe I go in, before the bus comes. And I have a friend in a similar circumstance, but she works during the day. So we decided to move in together because it's mutually beneficial. The kids don't qualify as homeless. It's not necessarily an economic hardship. It's something that benefits both parties. So the reason that people are living together is central to helping determine that.
But they're not actually living together, they're just living in that person's home.
Just send it to me, because we deal with that quite often. And and I'll share with you all what we do. If they're living in a home with someone else, we ask that person to notarize, saying that they're living there.
But they don't live in the home with them.
Where do they live? I
The
don't.
mother-in-law owns the home, it's in her name, her and her husband paid for it before he passed away. I know the family personally though, that's why I know all this. Mother-in-law, I guess, allows them to stay there because she lives with her daughter.
Okay.
So the mother, the father, and all of the children live in the mother-in-law's home, but nothing is in their name.
Get the mother-in-law to sign. Give it to me, or we'll get it done. We have this quite often.
Because I was shocked when I saw at one point when I was going through the papers that one of the children was considered homeless, and I'm thinking, they're not homeless. I know exactly where they live. They've lived there for years.
Who lived there?
This family in the mother-in-law's home, they've lived there for several years.
In my office, maybe?
I'm assuming at some point your office had to do it.
Well,
Because I had homeless paperwork on the one child and it was kind of like,
if we made them homeless, we had a reason to make them homeless. So just contact me.
Like you're mentioning, the question is, how long are you here? How long are you able to stay here? So maybe you have this information, so you can a lot of other questions that need to be asked. But so are there multiple children or only one?
There's multiple children.
So then if one qualifies and they're living in the same family.
So every year from that point on, they're not always qualified because there's multiple children in this household.
But keep in mind
And
what
I'm
she just
talking-
told you. She said it's only for that school year. but then they have to qualify for the next year. Every year stands on its own, am I correct?
Well, you all have spent the bulk of your morning with us. Thank you for your attention, for your time. If we can ever be of assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out. I gotta tell you selfishly, this is one of the best parts of our job is to work with students. We work every day with kids and you know the circumstances. Walk the walk and talk the talk, so to speak. So thank you for your time, John. It's going to put up our contact information. If you have any additional questions or anything that you want to talk about, please feel free to say, oh, it's not. First of all, have a great lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your Curry County for training this morning, so they just got in the little vehicle and came on down. And I really thank them and I thank you all for what you do. Now I'm gonna put this to her and the others who was in the meeting this morning, you know who I'm talking about, so I'm gonna let them introduce themselves. I said, you all know I'm not good with names.
She probably forgot who I am. I'm Teresa Nichols. I work for the Division of Special Populations in Nashville. My role at the department is the Director of Special Education Eligibility. So it's kind of like the sister to 504s. You know, many of you all as 504 coordinators know that, you know, traditionally 504, and as we talked today, you know, we'll just confirm that 504 does fall in general education. Okay, these are plans that are developed and implemented through general education. But we are often talking about some of the same at-risk students, and in special populations currently, we're working with schools and districts around pretty much all at-risk populations, which is why I'm here to talk to you guys a little bit today about 504 plans and also the programming involved with 504. I also brought Ty with me today.
I'm Ty Kodak. I'm over instructional programs at the state for at-risk students. So like Teresa said, our focus really is on improving instructional practices for students. And I just really came to support her and you today. And if you have questions about anything, it's going to be her. So.
And I forgot we were recording today. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna fix my hair and put on some lipstick. So I'll probably forget that thing is back there rolling. So, and then the tech guys just left. So hopefully, you know, I'm talking loud enough. I guess that was the cue that everything's running smoothly. So apologize for the technology issues getting started. We actually had some struggles this morning as well, just trying to get my computer to actually communicate with the projector. So I was telling Mary this morning, 504, you guys know, it's really not really all that exciting. There's really not anything that I can do to jazz this up and make it entertaining. But I know that you all, in dealing with students in the 504 plans on a daily basis, probably have questions or concerns, scenarios that come up. And so even though this is being recorded and it might not necessarily be as conducive to redeliver, I think it would be helpful for the group that's here if we were able to try to have some discussion if questions come up. As we go through, if there are scenarios that you would like feedback on, things of that nature, I think that might help the next hour or so go by a little bit quicker so that you're not just listening to me talk at you for a good part of an hour. Because again, this really isn't all that exciting, unfortunately. It's pretty straightforward. So we're just going to talk a little bit about, you know, the legalities of 504. We'll talk a little bit about programming. As Mary said, we do anticipate there being an uptick with the number of 504 plans that are written across the state. And if anything, we would expect that. In general, I would say that 504 plans are underutilized across the state. We probably don't see as many of them as we should. There are much more students that are 504 eligible than who are currently being served on 504 plans. And what we're seeing with the implementation of RTI, that we have more kids that probably have a need for accommodations in the classroom, but maybe don't have the level of need as significant as needing specialized instruction through special ed. And so some of those kids who might be receiving intervention through Tier 2 or Tier 3, mainly for Tier 3 students, those might be students who previously would have been served under an IEP, but now they're making progress in a tiered intervention through general ed, but perhaps they also have a need for some type of an accommodation in the classroom. Those are more than likely going to be students that you'll be working with and meeting with to develop some 504 plans. So, we certainly with that expect for sure to see an increase. So I think it's great that you all are having this in service and having this discussion just as a refresher, if nothing else. Just in, thinking that we're probably going to be seeing. Ooh, that's not going to sound so good on camera. Okay. So, like I said, we're from special populations. We always like to start our conversations just with some background about who we are and and kind of what we stand for. So, really, when we are thinking about our at-risk students, we basically work under the assumption that all students can learn and demonstrate growth. And so it's our responsibility in special populations to support schools and districts to fund the strategies and to fund the means for those students to show progress, for all students to show progress. When we talk about specialized instruction, or special education, we see that as being a continuum of service. It's an intensive intervention, it's not a place. And in a lot of places here in Tennessee, we know that intervention or special ed becomes a place where we send kids who struggle when what we know about IDEA, which we'll talk a little bit about our special education law, that the purpose of special education has always been to provide a service to increase access to general education. And that same belief applies to all students, that we talk about intervention, whether it's through Tier 2 or Tier 3 in RTI, whether it's through providing appropriate accommodations through Section 504, or through specialized instruction. These are services that are provided to students, that all students are general education students first. Again, I'm not going to go through all of these, but we are really encouraging schools and districts to develop collaborative relationships, that, it's not that these are my students and these are your students, that, here are my 504 students and here are my special ed students, that we need to work together as stakeholders in a school building to meet the needs of all students. And we all bring a different perspective, we all bring different expertise to the table, but we should all be working together collaboratively to meet the needs of students, and that's the responsibility of all staff members. So, sometimes we get questions about, well, why are you here talking to me from special populations? Again, we're all here working together to meet the needs of students, but that requires strong leadership and also high-quality professional development, which is why you guys are here today. This is going to be some really high-quality professional development that you're going to hear today. Okay, so this is just going back to some of the basics. We're looking at the difference between IDEA and Section 504. So when we're talking about IDEA, of course, that's special education, and that's the federal law that oversees our policies and procedures for students who are identified with a qualifying disability. And IDEA has some very specific guidelines as far as what defines a disability under IDEA and through special education. And so that's really, the charge of your school psychologists, your assessment personnel, your speech language pathologists. They will come and do evaluations and use those evaluations to align to that criteria, that the state and the federal criteria that defines disabilities. And again, that law is designed to meet the needs of a very discrete group of students. For Section 504, again, as we referenced earlier, that's more of a civil rights issue. Okay, so this is for all students. It kind of falls under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and really, the 504 is going to protect qualified students regardless of whether they need special education. And so sometimes it gets a little fuzzy as to whether a student is a student in need of special education or whether we have a student whose needs can be met through Section 504. And again, because Section 504 is more of a civil rights law, it's really meant to prevent discrimination. It's really meant to level that playing field and establish that all students kind of have that level playing field to be able to access their learning environment. So these aren't necessarily students who require specialized instruction, but they in some way need some sort of accommodation to be able to access their learning environment. And so, for example, the students that have physical limitations, we might need to establish some type of, a ramp or some type of access to the physical environment for them to be able to access their classroom. But then, on another, in another example, it might be a student who needs some accommodation in order to access their textbook. You know, so this is a student that in order to level the playing field, to give them equal access, we need to provide them maybe, you know, a reader, some type of assistive technology to help them access their textbook. So access is really the root of 504, and it could be physical or it could be, you know, their classroom learning materials. So, you know, when we're thinking 504, we're thinking, does this student have equal access to their learning environment, either physical, materials, whatever that might look like. Any questions there? So of course, you know, because this is a civil rights issue, there are certain requirements. We're obligated as a public entity to perform certain duties. And so part of our obligation is to find students that are potentially 504 eligible. And again, the disabilities that we talk about under Section 504 are not as clearly defined as those under IDEA. So where IDEA kind of is very strict on what constitutes an educational disability, Section 504, when we're talking about students with a disability, it's not necessarily as defined. So it's basically a student who has a need that that prevents them from accessing, you know, their learning environment. So we're responsible for finding those students and identifying those that might have a need for accommodations in order to access their learning environment. We're also required to notify parents or guardians of such students and the district's duties under Section 504. So we want to make sure that the parents of these students understand what the rights are for those students and the duties of the school district. So a free and appropriate public education, our faith, this is one of our favorite topics because this gets kind of sticky, right? We all know what free is, right? Free is free. There's no cost associated with free, but what's appropriate can sometimes be cause for some angst, right? So because what one person believes to be appropriate might not be what the other person, finds to be appropriate. So we have to ensure that we're providing that free and appropriate public education to students with disabilities. And again, free means free. There's really no, discussion really around the free, but what's appropriate? And really that depends on the student. It depends on what the student needs. That can be whatever education is being provided through regular special education, as well as related aids and services, whatever is needed for that student to be able to access their learning environment. So we're also required to, once we, find the students that have qualifying disabilities or disabilities that limit their access to the environment, we have to identify and locate those students who are not receiving a public education. So that's part of your child find obligations. The district takes care of most of those, so those aren't necessarily duties that at the school level you're necessarily as involved with. And then again, notifying parents and guardians of children with disabilities. So this is just a graphic that shows the flow chart, and it's pretty self-explanatory. Once we identify the students who have a need for accommodation, we're going to determine if an evaluation is necessary. And the evaluation is not necessarily as comprehensive as what would be required to identify a student for special education services. Sometimes it's unclear what the level of need is for students that have disabilities. And so it might be that a more comprehensive evaluation is conducted to be able to determine, is this a student who requires specialized instruction, or is this a student whose needs can be met through Section 504? And so once the evaluation is conducted, then the team meets back, determines the eligibility, and again, sometimes this is done, in conjunction with a special education evaluation, but regardless, there are many students who don't go through a special education evaluation who will be evaluated for Section 504. The team meets back to determine eligibility and develops a 504 plan. And then you're going to regularly review that plan to ensure that it's meeting the needs of the students. So again, here is that flow chart, again, looking at the different components of each of these areas. So essentially, when it comes to determining whether an evaluation is needed, the school has to look at whether or not they have reason to suspect that a student has a disability. And this could be information provided by the teacher. It can also be information provided by a parent. So many of you will get your 504 referrals from information that a parent brings to you. And then the team will need to look at whether or not they need more information to determine the student's educational needs. So if, in fact, the school needs more information to determine eligibility for 504, then the parent will sign consent for evaluation. There's also parent rights that must be provided so that the parents understand what their rights are under Section 504. And they must also, as part of that, acknowledge their receipt of those rights. If the school decides not to evaluate, if the school determines that they don't have reason to suspect a disability, then they again would also notify the parents of that decision, again providing them a copy of their rights. And then through the evaluation, as I mentioned on the last slide, that evaluation is going to be determined by the 504 team. What does the team need to know in order to make an informed decision? What do they need to know in order to develop a sound plan for that student? And they're going to obtain consent for release of any information. So if an outside evaluator has evaluated a student and we need access to that information, that would be obtained through a release of information. So again, this is going through the different steps of determining eligibility. Through the evaluation results, you're going to determine whether, in fact, the student requires accommodations provided through Section 504. You're going to provide parents with written notice of those decisions. And then I'm assuming, Mary, through Maury County, that the case manager that's required to monitor implementation is pretty much the liaisons or the facilitators within your school. Is that correct? Okay, so
Can we ask questions then?
Please ask questions as we go, because otherwise you all are going to get tired of hearing my voice.
Want to go on? I just have some questions.
Sure.
What if a student expedited out of the program at 504 and didn't have a disposition, and then the mother wants the child to go back up under 504? Question like that, all right, plus back? Okay.
Yeah, and I'll do my best to answer them. So I'm going to clarify that Bill Webster is our legal counsel back in Nashville, and he pretty much addresses legal questions related to Section 504. So I don't want to send the message that I can give you all legal advice. I'm going to answer the questions from a programming perspective, and then if there are follow-ups, I'm not going to make anything up, okay? So if I don't know the answer, if I want to make sure that I give you a legally sound answer, then we'll take this back to Nashville, okay? I'll repeat the question for the camera, and then I'll answer this the best that I can, and I'm going to let Ty jump in if I miss anything, and she'll make sure we're taking good notes to take it back to Bill. So the question is that if you have a student who was on a 504 plan, but then the team meets and finds that he's no longer eligible or no longer needs those accommodations, and so the child's dismissed from a 504 plan, gets himself into some trouble, right, some behavioral trouble, and is disciplined for such behavioral trouble. How does that work when the parent now says, well, now I want my child back on the 504 plan? Parents have a right to request that their child be evaluated. They have a right to request their child be evaluated for a 504 or for special education. And certainly the team can meet and look at the needs, and if the team agrees that we need to either consider an evaluation or consider eligibility for 504, then you would go ahead and proceed with those evaluations and provide parents with written notice. Likewise, if the team meets and says, we just decided last week that he didn't need accommodations and we still don't think he needs accommodations, then that can also be a decision made by that 504 plan, but parents must receive written notice of that decision. Once a student is found not eligible for accommodations or for specialized instruction, they receive the same treatment as a general education student at that point. But if you have a student who's continually getting in trouble and is having some behavioral challenges, especially if they were related to the disability that the child was originally found eligible under, it's sounds like the team might have good reason to come back and revisit eligibility again. However, the discipline that was handed down would still stand because at that time the student was a general education student. Is that?
Yeah.
And again, if you want to get more technical with it, I'll be more than happy to take that back. How did I miss anything?
The only thing I would add is that's for data and documentation that comes from front. If you have evidence to state that it may not have a disability or need that for a reason, you should have good documentation and good information to state why, in fact, you did or did not keep a place for that student.
And I don't mind you saying call Bill Wilson, if you don't want to answer questions, don't want to answer.
Oh, I'll tell you, Mary, if I don't want to answer a question, I'll say, I do not feel comfortable answering that question. But yes, thank you for breaking up the. Yay!
You may have covered this, but if you have someone like that, let's say it's an ADHD child, he's off 504, he has behavioral problem. At that point, usually, we would set up a behavior plan, not necessarily do a 504. I mean, is that something that we should be doing first and then work that out first?
Okay, so the question, I'm going to make sure that I understand the question, I'm going to repeat it for the camera. So if you have a student who has a medical diagnosis such as ADHD and is also having some behavioral challenges in the classroom, typically what you're saying is that the first step has been to develop a behavior intervention plan and not necessarily consider that as part of the 504. Technically, and we'll get to eligibility, but technically that student is 504 eligible, and legally that child could have that behavior intervention plan as part of that 504. And that's the legal answer when it comes to the individual team's decision about whether to provide that service or that accommodation on a 504 versus maybe, do you guys have like ST or like another general education plan? Okay, I know every district calls those something different. If that becomes an individual school decision, legally that child is 504 eligible, and legally that behavior plan could be considered a part of the 504 plan.
So what you said, because they're having behavior issues, that could be 504.
If the child has, so if a child has a disability, and in this case the example was ADHD, then yes, that student is 504 eligible, and any type of behavioral reinforcement, behavior strategies. Sometimes kids need frequent breaks, they need a safe place that they can go to de-escalate. Those are all things that would absolutely be included on a 504 plan.
It does not mean, however, that every time you put a behavior intervention plan in place that that student is 504 eligible. She's saying because there was a documented disability.
And let's get a clarification about ADHD and who made that recommendation, and who said that this child was ADHD. Because we have some agency around here that picks up people off the street, and once they get hired, they think they can just make any kind of referral or either certify the child. But we're gonna have to break this down a little bit further because everybody said child is ADHD or ADD. Does not mean that they are ADD or ADHD. Because they were washing dishes 2 weeks ago and now they had a diagnosis.
So what I hear you saying is that you have some physicians that are a little bit more liberal with the prescription pads and make recommendations or make diagnoses. Here's the thing, and I think that we have to be really careful legally and programmatically in that we are not in the business of diagnosing, and we are not in the business of questioning the credentials of medical professionals. So we have to be really careful. I think that it can also send the wrong message to parents if we disregard information that's provided by a medical professional. Absolutely, you consider it. Regardless of the source, we consider that information, but ultimately our decisions revolve around the educational needs of that student. So 504 is very loose, and that makes people feel really uncomfortable because we're used to special ed, which is a lot more black and white, and it's very, it's very comprehensive, and you have to meet certain criteria. There really isn't any disability criteria when it comes to section 504. Essentially, if you suspect a disability, if you're treating that child as if they have a documented disability, they're 504 eligible. So, you know, yes, we want to make sure that we have accurate medical information coming our way because we're relying on that to make good educational decisions for kids. But ultimately what it boils down to is if a child needs those accommodations in order to be able to access their learning environment, they're 504 eligible.
And we don't have any problem with that, but when I'm talking about a counselor, you know, saying that the child is ADD or ADHD and never went to school to get any kind of degree or anything other than washing them dishes. But, you know,
Gotcha.
we have no problem with the medical part of it, but just to say, this person at some community service, and I won't call them names, says that they ADD or ADHD, and you're going to have to provide service. In Murray County, it's not that we don't want to provide service, but we don't want everybody coming in and telling us what we need to do. And we take the doctor's excuses and we work on that. But you just don't need to come in and you've never been to school to get no kind of degree.
Yeah, just kind of like when we don't write, you know, recommendations for physicians, we would hope that we get the same kind of respect where, you know, physicians provide information for us to consider, but that's outside of their jurisdiction to necessarily tell teams what services are required. So absolutely, and I would say that if you have some of those frequent, you know, communications with certain entities that, you know, maybe scheduling some time to kind of sit down and talk through what types of services are available in the schools, what the requirements are, you know, what it means to be 504 eligible, what it means to be eligible for special education, and the kinds of services that are provided. Sometimes having those discussions before the letters start coming in is helpful. And I think I saw another hand back here somewhere. I think in the green shirt, and then.
All right, and you may have just answered my question, but we have a new student this year, and that brought dyslexia evaluation from like a dyslexia evaluator. So not a psychologist, not a doctor. And they want extended time and possibly read aloud or text-to-speech on the TCAP. And it's made me very uncomfortable, you know, because I didn't feel like that person who was the evaluator was a professional. I don't know that person was. And dyslexia is really, you really can't test it, from what I understand.
Dyslexia refers to, so the question again for the camera is around dyslexia, the dyslexia diagnosis, and kind of where that falls in this. Dyslexia is a learning profile. Okay, so it's not even necessarily a diagnosis in our diagnostic and clinical model. It's not in the diagnostic manual. It really is more a descriptor of a learning profile. And if a student, my question to you, I understand why you feel a little uncomfortable. Again, we're not in the business of questioning the credentials of the information that we received, but you received that information, right? So you don't take it at face value. You look at how is this disability or how is this learning profile impacting this student in their learning environment? Is this a student who requires tiered intervention? Is this a student who requires accommodations in the classroom in order to access classroom instruction? Because really, that's what's going to determine the need for a 504 plan. And it shouldn't just be, and I don't know if this is on the slides, but I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to say this now because if it comes up again, it's okay, it's worth repeating. 504 plans are not about state assessment. Okay? So a lot of the times we think that we need a 504 plan because of state assessment. 504 is about access to the learning environment, but their learning environment also includes assessment. So can they access their learning environment, but can they access the assessment in order to demonstrate their knowledge? So I would question in that situation that you just described whether or not that child is showing a need for accommodation in the classroom. If so, what does that look like? What kind of intervention are they receiving? And then you can kind of start having those discussions around what would be needed on a private.
Well, we determined that he did need those things, and the teacher is doing those things in the classroom. I guess what's uncomfortable for me is to give the 504 extended time and read aloud on the TCAP. That's the thing. it doesn't concern me that he gets the accommodations in the classroom. It's, you know, I don't want to get in trouble for this child getting extended time to read loud on the TCAP.
If he needs it, then you can document that need, and that goes back to what Ty said earlier. It's just as important on a 504 as it is through special education to document those decisions. And if you can document the need for those, it's all about access. And if you can show that a student requires this accommodation in order to access that assessment, then you're not gonna get in trouble for providing something that a student needs. Now, what I will say is that in Tennessee, the emphasis on accommodation and appropriate use of accommodation has been because historically we've over-accommodated students, just in general. And it's not a Murray County issue, it's not even a Tennessee issue, it's just kind of in general. We haven't been super intentional about choosing accommodations for the right reasons. But if your decision-making is based on student access, that's what it's all about. So it's not that you can't give an accommodation, it's just that you have to be intentional about what accommodation is appropriate, and is that what needed, is that what the student needs in order to access? And then I think we had a question.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Maybe hopefully that means that I answered the question and not that. I know. Just how you hear my voice. Yes, sir.
I thought it was okay until I started talking. I hear you talk about eligibility, and I hear you talking that, and then you talk about the team. And I've been in a couple of meetings where parent wanted a 504, and the team said it's not needed. But then the administrator and there said, because the parent said you have to do it. So now, you said something like the team will go determine. And we've got 5, 6 teachers and they're saying, no, this student's doing well enough in my class that the parent says, I want it. I don't know where to go.
Okay, so those situations are tricky. So again, for the camera, let me repeat your question. So it's around when there's disagreement among the team. So let's say the school team feels pretty comfortable that the student is successful and doesn't need an accommodation in order to access their learning environment. But the parent feels very strongly that the child does in fact need an accommodation and wants the 504 plan. And you know, is it a majority rules? Is it, you know, kind of, does the parent trump all? Those types of decisions. Parents have rights under Section 504, so they can appeal a decision that a school team makes. And you're not going to like this really vague state answer, but essentially it becomes a local decision as to how to handle those types of disagreements. So if the team says, no, your child is not eligible for Section 504, provides prior written notice to that parent to say, this is our team's decision, that the parent absolutely has the right to appeal that decision, and you know, that can be something that is resolved through, you know, mediation or, you know, a neutral party resolving that. That's again where documentation, if you're saying that a student does not need this accommodation in the classroom, you better have some documentation that can show that. Worst case scenario, you say, you know what, that's fine. We'll allow your child to have extra time on tests as needed. If he doesn't need it, then he's not actually accessing that accommodation. You know what I mean? So I think it depends on what's at issue as far as the student's needs. And I think it also depends on the severity of the impairment that the parents are bringing to the team.
And I thought when you said that, the missing piece was we had the data for the board that they didn't need.
So teachers have the grades and everything is doing in class. And grades are C's and above.
And if you're able to show that the child isn't, for example, it depends, and that's what I'm saying, it depends on what the parents are saying he needs. So if the parent is saying he needs extra time, then your documentation that you're considering is going to be looking at, well, does he complete his schoolwork? Does he complete his testing in an appropriate amount of time? Is he required to have more time than his, you know, general education peers? That's the kind of documentation that you would be bringing to the table. I don't know that grades necessarily are gonna be the end all be all, because you're gonna have to be able to establish what is in place for that student to be able to, make those grades. Yeah. Yeah. Well, oftentimes in these conversations, and this is just from my personal experience, oftentimes those decisions around need, they become very subjective. Well, what do you think? Do you think he needs it, or do you think he doesn't need it? And so as much as possible, yes, teacher input is so important. I mean, that's really what's driving a lot of these decisions oftentimes. But as much as possible, I would try to bring as much information that is concrete to those meetings, when especially there's some question as to what, again, it goes back to the whole appropriate, right? Is the education we're providing the student appropriate? And you're gonna have some data to support why you feel that what you're providing currently is appropriate.
Okay, the dyslexic, going back to that, if you have a student that is dyslexic but does not use any extended time, that is requesting read aloud. But part of the, I think the special education is reading 2 years below your grade level, is that what it is? Now, if this child is reading better than that, then do they have to afford them that accommodation?
Okay, so the question is around for a student who has a dyslexic profile, the parent or, they're requesting read aloud for the student, but he's not performing significantly below his peers. It goes back to access. So the guidance that has been issued around text-to-speech read aloud has been guidance to help teams determine whether or not that student requires read aloud in order to access the text. And so what I'm hearing you say is that if the child is not performing significantly below his peers, is not requiring any level of targeted intervention, that child does not require read aloud in order to access his text. So he might need other accommodations. I'm not saying he's not 504 eligible, because with that profile, he could very well be a student who's 504 eligible, but based on the information you just shared with me, it does not sound like that child needs that accommodation in order to access the assessment or his instruction.
But there's not a cut 2 grade levels below. It's, is this student at risk? Are they low? Are they not able to access text? Do they require intervention? And do they require accommodation to access? And that's the decision. It's not a cut score of 1.5 or 2 grade levels below. It's, are they at risk? Do they have reading deficits? Do they have an intervention in place, or do they need an intervention in place? And do they require accommodations to access? I just don't want to make sure that there's no cut, limits for that. If there's not.
Okay. All right, so I think we've pretty much talked about all of these steps here about reviewing the 504 plan, and that sometimes is a forgotten step, that we put a 504 plan in place, and we think that the 504 plan will fix the problem, that they have a plan. And really, the plan itself is not what's going to address the student's needs, it's what's written on the plan. And making sure it's appropriate. And students' needs are going to change from year to year. I'm sure many of you have this conversation too, that parents will come in and say, well, I want a 504 plan. I know that this teacher that my child has this year is providing this in the classroom, but that doesn't always mean that that's going to happen next year. So I want the 504 plan in place to protect him in the future, right? That's a pretty fair argument, because again, what you're doing on this plan is documenting what does this child need in order to access his learning environment, and those needs might change from year to year. And so it is really important that we reevaluate that plan and reassess the student's needs in order to ensure we are providing appropriate accommodations. Okay, so the evaluation, again, when we're talking about section 504, the evaluation is going to be determined by the 504 team and what is required in order to inform that plan. And so it's going to, the evaluation is going to tell the team whether the student has a disability under section 504. Sometimes you all have this information that's brought to you. Sometimes you are providing medical information from a parent, or the parent's providing some information to you regarding the presence of a disability. But even more so, what are the student's educational needs? So oftentimes, you'll get a medical diagnosis, for example, that lets you know that the student has a disability, but you might not, based on that prescription notepad, have an idea of what the specific needs are. And so the school might supplement that medical evaluation with some additional assessment to try to narrow down and target what the educational needs are. These are just some reasons that you might refer a student to Section 504. Again, this is really, really general, you guys. I mean, we tend to really want, something like a hard, fast rule about this, but really, if you have any reason to suspect a student has a disability, then you would refer. I mean, it's pretty general. Pretty much any time you suspect a disability, you should refer, including behavior problems. Talking about Mary's comment earlier, if you have a student who is consistently being suspended or expelled, that might be a student who needs some behavioral support, and that might be a student who is 504 eligible. And parents or teachers referring. They give you any indication that the student needs something. Okay, so Mary let me know that you all are using currently the documents that are on the state's website for 504, the 504 programming manual. And so the forms that are on that, and not every district is using those forms, which is why I asked, because I do think that those particular documents do a really good job of walking teams through the process of determining the presence of a disability and need for 504. And these questions are addressed through that. So these might be things that you're already familiar with, but again, we're just going to cover them briefly. You're going to look at whether the student has a disability under Section 504, which means that the student have a physical or mental impairment which substantially limits one or more major life activities. There's a lot of words in there that are pretty vague, right? So, what is an impairment? What does substantial mean? What is a major life activity? I mean, those are some things that are pretty subjective, right? They're pretty vague. But they're purposefully left open like that because it all depends on the student's needs. So when you're looking at eligibility, you're always comparing students to same grade peers. So if there's an impairment that has a duration or expected duration of less than 6 months, it's not necessarily considered a disability. So there was a lot of, I've heard a lot of conversation around like if a student breaks their arm or their leg or something like that, and it's like a temporary condition, that's not necessarily something that we're looking at under Section 504. Again, major life activities, I'm not going to read these to you, but again, it's very broad. It's basically anything. Several years ago, this list was revised, and we saw it expanded to include a much more comprehensive list of activities. Reading was added to this list. Again, it brought up the question of dyslexia. So, certainly students who have any type of an impairment that limits their ability to read, those are students who are 504 eligible. So a lot of our students that are currently receiving Tier 3 interventions, even without a clinical diagnosis or some type of formal diagnosis, those are students who, according to this definition, have an impairment that significantly limits their ability to read. Those are students who could be eligible under Section 504. Okay? So again, I'm saying these are certainly, these plans have certainly been underutilized in the past. We are expecting to see an increase in the number of students who receive these accommodations. Oh, and here's some more life activities. So they're also going to include major bodily functions. Questions? Anything on that list that surprises you? Sleeping. Okay, so if you have a student, for example, that has some type like a sleep apnea, is the first one that comes to mind, that has an impairment that limits their ability to get a full night's sleep. Those might be students who come to school with behavior problems due to the lack of sleep. I'm sure in extreme cases you might have students who need a shorter school day because they aren't able to function for as long during the day without a nap. I'm just thinking there are certainly medical conditions that could limit a student's functioning because of their lack of sleep. That's just the first thing that came to my mind. Yes,
So
ma'am.
the respiratory, that wouldn't include students that have asthma?
Correct. Right,
So
so
they're
for the camera again, it's under respiratory, students with autism, students with asthma are also 504 eligible. Again, if they need accommodations in order to access their learning environment. And those could be things, that might impact their participation in PE. Maybe they require frequent breaks to the nurse's office. Another one we get a lot is diabetes. Students who have diabetes might have a health plan. I don't know if that was on the list of reasons to refer, but if you have students with health plans, those also are more than likely students who are 504 eligible. And then you might need to look at whether or not some of the same things that are on their health plan might also need to coexist on a 504 plan.
But do we suggest that if we are already providing what they need, like for a diabetic or only interference as for 504? If we're providing what they need, they don't have to be in 504, right?
They don't have to be. I'd say legally, it would probably be a good idea, depending again on the severity of the need, depending on the severity of what's on that healthcare plan, because again, that's going to be a protection for that student. A healthcare plan, there's nothing, certainly it's something that's informing the school team of what the child needs, but a 504 plan is going to offer that protection for that student to follow them throughout, because they need those supports in order to access their learning environment. So I would say if you have specific questions about specific cases, I would encourage you to talk to Mary or to talk to your legal counsel about whether or not that's something that needs to happen. And we'll be more than happy with individual cases to talk with you or put you in touch with Bill Wilson about kind of, where you should go with those.
I think what they're thinking about, we received a letter from OCR saying about health plans, and it's still suggesting that they make all of those students who had to have a health plan 504. And that's been one of the questions, and trying to get a ruling from OCR on that. Because we have quite a lot of students who's up on a health plan. And this is such, just came about here lately. It looks like they're adding more and more to 504. And especially when you're already doing that, but without really making it legal, you're already doing it. It seems like it's leaning toward, not so much the child, it's leaning toward what the parent wants. And we're actually getting more and more, because we do have a health plan and we do follow the health plan. But I know where they're coming from, because we had to read that letter, and that was their suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, for the camera, the letter from OCR that highly encourages all students on a health plan to have a 504 plan as well.
Can you talk a little bit about, you said students who have behavior problems and are expelled or suspended repeatedly. A lot of the behavior problems don't necessarily, that doesn't impact major life activities. So why would our behavior problem kids necessarily be removed from 504?
Okay, so the question was, how are students with who are expelled frequently or who have behavior problems, how is that impacting a major life activity? I think it depends on the severity of the behavior, but certainly if you have students who aren't able to access the classroom because they're constantly being expelled or suspended, then certainly that behavior needs to be addressed in some way in order to increase access to the classroom. So, that's really just a red flag that if you have a student who has significant behavior problems, we need to take a close look at this student to figure out what's going on. And it could be a special ed issue. It could be a student who has a need for specialized instruction. It could be a student who, requires some type of an accommodation through 504. It could be a student who needs a behavior intervention plan. The point is that you're looking at those kids and determining need and establishing. And a lot of the times, this isn't sticking to this necessarily. This is kind of like me putting on my Teresa hat. That oftentimes, when we had a student who had a need, we would just have a conversation with them. Hey, put, S-team, put 504, put special ed or IEP take that off the table. Let's just get out a sheet of notebook paper and let's write down, what does this student need? And we would write a plan on a sheet of notebook paper based on what we all agreed the student needed. And then we would figure out, okay, where does this need to go? Does this need require specialized instruction? Does this need require accommodations under 504? Or is this a need that we can address through general education intervention? And sometimes that takes some of the complication out of it when you kind of take those labels aside and just really look at student need and then figure out, build a plan around that. But certainly those are questions to ask when you're trying to establish where that plan fits. Does the student's behavior impact a major life activity? If it's impacting their ability to learn, then that's a major life activity. Good questions, you guys. I have no idea how I'm doing on time, Mary. I'm gonna do
I have a third grader who was recently diagnosed with epilepsy. And so we've been meeting and the question came up, not of accommodations because now the medication's involved and we have a care plan for him. But the question from the parent was, if online testing for a third grader is the way that we go, I don't want my child with epilepsy sitting in front of a computer monitor. And I said, well, I will have to talk with downtown and see what we do about that, because that, it makes a lot of sense. But we test everything pretty much online. So,
yeah. Those would be questions probably for Lori Nixon as far as how that test format can be adjusted, and that's something that on an individual basis we can certainly address. But that's a good example. If a student, and it goes back to access again, if they need paper pencil in order to access that assessment because of a medical condition, then that absolutely could be a need for a Section 504 accommodation as a special request. Yep. It's a special request, and you would have to document, and that would basically come from a physician to be able to document how, the computer might be a trigger for, seizure activity and those types of things.
And I think the main thing, Dr. Butterfield, is that it's not so much the parent's request. We need to get some kind of medical diagnosis supporting that the child does not need this. Because sometimes the parents try to get a safety net for their children, and they don't need it.
Yep. And that's right, it all comes back to access. If your conversations, and sometimes it's that the parents are bringing something to your attention that maybe you didn't know. So if you're just working with a student in the classroom that epilepsy is being treated with medication, it could be the classroom teacher doesn't have any idea that medical condition exists, or that there is something in the environment that can trigger some type of, seizure activity. So if a parent brings that to your attention, absolutely you want to address it. And then look for supportive documentation as well. I would say when it comes to something health related, I would err on the side of the student. I wouldn't actually say, well, let's wait until they have a seizure and see if they really need it. You're always going to err on the side of the student when it comes to something health related. Good questions, you guys. This, I think, actually addresses some of the issues that you talked about this afternoon. If a parent submits a medical diagnosis for a student, does that alone qualify the student for services under Section 504? Of course, the answer is no. However, it may trigger an evaluation. So if you are presented with that information, you really need to respond to that information. You need to consider that information. But really, more than anything, that's kind of that child find. That's that child find obligation. If someone has provided you information that's led you to suspect a disability, now it's your responsibility as a school to investigate that to determine whether a student needs, something to access their environment. So then the second question that 504 is going to ask of you is, what are the student's individual education needs? And this is where you're just going to look at multiple sources of information. It might require formal evaluation, it might not. So, it really just depends on the student. This is just talking about placement and looking at educational services, and basically it all goes back to individual student needs. This goes back to one of the questions that we had earlier about who decides, and so this is a team. There should be a team that comes together to determine these things. And you want to make sure that you have someone at the team who's able to provide information about that student. someone who can talk about their performance in the classroom, someone who can speak to the results of any assessments or evaluation data, and then also someone who can talk about the different placement options, what are the different services that are available. And then, again, when we're talking about placement, everything goes back to that free and appropriate public education. So what is that child, what is appropriate for that individual student? So the settings, we can certainly be looking under Section 504, accommodation services that are provided solely in the general education environment. You might have some students who require some supplementary services, and also special education related services. So this is something that comes up occasionally, not often. Most of the time, if a student requires special education related services, those are students who are IDEA eligible, right? Because part of being eligible for special education is having a need for specialized or related services. But there may be a time, for example, that a student has a medical diagnosis that impacts their handwriting or impacts their ability to access written text or their ability to write. And so those might be students where they need some type of support from occupational therapy, either through direct or consultative services. And if that's what that child needs in order to access their learning environment, those absolutely might be services that a 504 team would provide. Questions on that? That usually tends to spark questions, so. Okay, good. And then you all know these bullets. This is looking at trying to ensure access to the general education curriculum with non-disabled peers to the greatest extent possible. And the only time you'd be looking at a more restrictive placement is if a student was found, that couldn't be successful when provided with supplementary services needs. Physical accessibility, we talked about this just a little while ago, and again, this goes back to OCR ensuring that all students have physical access to their learning environment, and these are all things that are addressed at the district level to make sure that buildings are renovated and that they are built in a way that allows access for all students. Reevaluations, we want to make sure that, again, we're annually reviewing the plans, but we want to look at students' eligibility for Section 504 at a minimum of every 3 years. Also good to do that before any significant changes in placement. So if you're considering a more restrictive setting for a student, it might be a good idea to conduct a reevaluation. We talked about this a little while ago about the health-related services. I think going back to the healthcare plans, if there are services that are required during the school day, especially for students, for example, with asthma, for students with diabetes, if they are accessing some type of health-related service during the school day, then that, again, is certainly something that the team should consider. And the district is also responsible for providing trained staff to administer any health-related service. That, again, it depends on the individual services that are needed and the needs of the student.
If I could ask a question about reevaluation, as you're evaluating that, let's say at elementary level, a child had a 504 plan, but they no longer needed it, we send their records to middle school. Do I include that in the queue to show that there has been a 504 plan? Do I hold that back? What do you do once that plan is no longer?
Okay, so the question is if a student is found to no longer require Section 504 accommodations and then that child moves to the next school, do those records stay at the school or do they go follow the student? Typically, districts have procedures in place to determine what follows the student and what stays. Those are usually local decisions. I would say best practice would be that document would follow that student, because if there were ever any questions or concerns that arise in the future, it would be really important for the school team to know what had been tried previously, so they can make decisions moving forward.
That's what we was told, just to know the records, because at some point there might be some additional problems And we were told the city records in that school, the receiving school, be knowledgeable about what occurred in the past.
So we just keep it in the queue file and it moves up.
Well, I think we have, no, we do have, we can put it, get a folder and put it in 504, because we did that for special ed, and now I'm having to do it for district. So we can start it next year. They can, because I won't be here, but they can. They can put it in a folder.
And generally, those records are kept separate from the queue, but any type of supplementary plan.
What I plan to do is just get another folder and put 504 on it, so they put it.
Yeah, a lot of times districts just use a color, like, that represents, so everyone uses that color.
So if you see a red folder, you know that's 504.
That's a good color, because our district is green, I believe.
There you go, I like it.
Scope of training, teachers that are able to deal with problems. We have a student who, total seizures. To what extent are we responsible for making sure that staff or instructors have that field, basically know what to do?
Yeah, so the question again for the camera is, what kind of training is required for staff that works with students with maybe medical conditions? An example that was given was seizure disorder. I'm going to give you my answer, and then I'm going to, if you don't mind, to write that down for Bill, just to find from a legal perspective. My response would be, at the bare minimum, I would imagine that some type of training needs to be provided to the staff on how to maybe recognize signs of seizure activity or signs of trouble for whatever the medical condition would be, and then to be able to provide, what are the, almost like a crisis plan, like what's going to be, what steps are we going to follow? So whether that's having someone nearby that's CPR certified, who contact the nurse, whatever that crisis plan needs to be. But as far as what your legal obligation is, I'll have to check with Bill Wilson to find out. Because again, I think that's kind of more of a safety, that's more of a health issue. Mary, do you have any input there?
Well, I have the head nurse back there, and she was just telling me that we do training for that.
We people that need to know, they get the healthcare plan and plus the signs and symptoms of what to look for in a seizure and what to do if it happens, clear the cluster out, and how to keep the child safe.
Okay, so is it safe to say that some of what he's asking about what are we required to do are things that are typically covered under the health plan?
Yes.
And that would be based on this individual student needs?
Yes.
But again, as far as legally what's even required to go on that health care plan, is that like a legal responsibility, or is that an ethical responsibility? I don't know if that addresses your
I think what he's saying is how
depth
we
is
going
the
to
training?
train this regular teacher to identify those problems. Not so much that they have been already identified, that's no problem, because they don't get to train, but correctly, Mr. Horton, if I'm getting it wrong, it's like, or how would a regular teacher just identify that a student might have these problems?
Yeah, and certainly we're not expecting teachers to be nurses, right? We're not necessarily expecting them to have that same level of training, but I think just those basic health and safety.
The Epilepsy Foundation will come and be very happy to teach anybody that wants to be taught. So that's a good resource.
The Epilepsy Foundation, you said, will provide training on seizure disorders and those types of things. That's great. And I think especially if you have someone in your school who has a significant seizure disorder, that's probably not a bad idea. Okay, we've talked about this actually just through conversation about health plans. They don't substitute for Section 504. So going back to that OCR memo that came out around this issue. Something else that might have been addressed in one of these earlier slides is what we call those mitigating factors and mitigating measures. So when teams are determining eligibility in the past, we've kind of said, well, if their condition is being managed by medication or some other mitigating factor, then they don't need accommodations through Section 504. And, really the guidance that came through with these updates is that you pretty much have to disregard those mitigating factors such as medication, or in this case, that's where the healthcare plan comes into play. The way that the feds look at that is, your health plan is really more of a mitigating measure that can't necessarily be taken into consideration when you're determining eligibility under Section 504. That's kind of the justification for why you still want to consider Section 504. This goes into more specific conditions, and since I really was planning on trying to wrap up by 2:30, and I'm getting close to that, I'm going to breeze through these pretty quickly. But again, looking at the different conditions that frequently are considered under Section 504, special diets, allergies, I think has been a big one. Food allergies. I'll leave that here for a second in case anyone has any questions about any of these. And more specifically, food allergies. I thought the last bullet point on this slide is interesting, where Section 504 does not require a school or district to comply with parents' subjective view of proper plan implementation. So, certainly parents' input is extremely important in developing a plan, especially when it comes to something like a food allergy and trying to determine the severity of that allergy. But we have to be very objective in putting these plans in place. And just because a parent thinks that the entire school needs to be peanut-free, if the information we have doesn't support that we're not required necessarily to implement that practice. Chemical allergies. So, ensuring that we don't have anything in our environment, again, that's preventing access to a student with an allergy. And then with discipline, I think this goes back to one of the earlier points that Mary had, that sometimes there's misconceptions that students with disabilities cannot be disciplined, and of course that's not true. And there, disciplinary action might result in significant change in placement, but really more so it goes back to we need to reevaluate the student's needs. If we're seeing that a student is needing to be disciplined frequently, and especially if it's resulting in frequent changes in placement, such as suspension or expulsion or placement in alternative school, we need to make sure we're still coming back and reevaluating that student's needs. Do we have everything in place that needs to be in place for the student to have access?
Let me ask a question about
Yes.
that. If they're up under 504 and they were put up under 504 for another reason, would this trigger this, by this?
Yes. Yes, so if it's, and I think it comes down to looking at the student's behavior and if it was a result of their disability. So it might not necessarily, so it would cause the team to have to sit down and look at that student's behavior and to consider whether or not it was directly related to their disability. But that may trigger a reason for that team to also initiate a reevaluation. So if it wasn't currently addressed through their plan, the team might need to look at whether it should be. Good question. Okay, so although the discipline, the students must still comply with the school's code of conduct, we also need to be looking at whether or not their disability impacts their behavior, whether behavior intervention plan might be needed. So just because we can still discipline students with disabilities doesn't mean that we don't need to also provide them the services and supports they need in order to access their learning environment. So if a student with a disability requires some type of a behavioral support, that's certainly something that would be addressed on the 504 plan. And some of the things that I've seen most frequently are things like frequent breaks. If a student has low tolerance for certain environments, do we need to build in frequent breaks? Do we need to be providing certain supports such as movement in the classroom? Do students that have a hard time sitting still for certain periods of time, do we need to incorporate movement breaks? Some of these behavior plans can get more individualized, they can get more reinforcement based. You're looking at how often do they need positive reinforcement, those types of things absolutely can be covered under 504 plan. Yeah, do you want to come over here and where the, For this question over here?
Yeah, I'll talk loud. He just said, addressing medical needs of a student is typically reserved to a school nurse, or in some limited instances, personnel or instructional staff who volunteer to be trained by a school nurse to perform some limited medical assistance for a student, but essentially we're not requiring teachers to provide medical.
But there's a possibility that a parent might come in and with a child who does have some medical problems and request a nurse all day long. At some point, the school and the teachers think that this child does not need that. Kind of help us, and we might have to email him on this. How do we get out from under that? Because this woman, let me just be quiet.
It's really hypothetical, fictional case, right?
Yes,
Yes.
it is. And,
It's probably in some other county, actually.
yeah,
Franklin County.
some other training that I went to. But they're requested that, that county provide a nurse all day long, And if no major problems has occurred with these students since we've been,
if you were going into a classroom to observe a classroom teacher. We all know that. It's not the same. But it can be the same. You're going to see the same things. So as I've seen the top 3 pieces of the rubric that PE teachers struggle with, can you guess one for me? What do you think the top 3 that they struggle with are?
What indicator?
Yep, what indicator?
Questioning.
Thinking, questioning, and what's the third one?
Problem solving?
Problem solving. Those are the top 3 that they struggle with the most. And if you see that within your teachers, in that post-conference or before, if you're just doing walkthroughs and you see it, have a conversation with them about planning out their lessons, which I hope they're doing, and having those things already written. Because you could have a list of questions, higher order thinking questions written. You might not get to all of them, but at least you have them there in your lesson so that you can use them. So, one thing that is unique about Maury County is when I was here, we went through the whole PEP grant, we got new curriculum, K-12, and that's not showing out, so that's not helping you. So one thing that is great for you guys as administrators is they have pacing guides. So they should be following, love states technology, it's just great. So they should be following their pacing guide. And within their pacing guide, there are certain lessons and activities that they should be following. And one thing that's different, that's unique, not necessarily different, but unique about Maury County is that you do have that. And when you walk into their gym, they might not be doing just one activity that day. Because they should be touching on all 4 of these components. Okay? Fitness and health, academic content, intentional fitness, related activities, motor skill development, and social emotional safety. They should be hitting on all 4 of those. So they might be doing an activity where they're working on motor skill development, and then turn around and be doing a different activity within the same lesson that relates to fitness. And I think that's sometimes a struggle for administrators who don't have a background in physical education, but this is where it definitely comes into point where your PE teachers need to have that, be the professional and have that conversation with you. So, one other thing that is, I don't want to use the word issue, but is hard for administrators to be able to know what the teacher is supposed to be teaching is the current PE standards. They are super broad, and you can pretty much put anything into them. So for instance, the current standard, here's a current standard for K2. Movement forms, motor skills, and movement patterns. That's the standard. That could be a bazillion different things. So, I am glad to tell you that we are currently in the process of revising the PE standards. And I will show you an example of them. And it is going to help you, it's not only going to help the teacher, it is greatly going to help you as an administrator evaluating your teachers. So here is an example. Look at that elementary. So they're set up different now. We've done away with checks for understanding, done away with levels, everything that all the other subjects have gone away from, we've gone away from also. So within the new standards, you have what's called the component. Okay, so for in this case, it's motor skills. The subcomponent is locomotor. And then you have the broken down standards by grade level. Grade-specific standards. So, for instance, if you walk into a kindergarten class, this is the standard that they might have written on the board. Performs locomotor skills while maintaining balance. And you can see they're supposed to be working on hop, gallop, slide, and skip. Now, as an administrator, does that tell you exactly what they're supposed to be doing that day? Compared to where did I do it? Compared to that standard, movement forms, motor skills, and movement patterns, does that give you more detail of exactly what they're going to be doing that day? Do you see how that's going to help you as an administrator?
Now, will they still break down with the fitness and health and?
Yep. Yep.
And that's for all grades?
All grades. Yep.
So you said Murray County had pacing guides, so our pacing guides will need to be updated.
Updated to go with these standards, correct. And with these standards, we go to state board in April for first read, the same time as math and ELA. Then second read in July. 16-17 school year will be what we call a training year. And then 17-18, they'll be fully implemented. So they'll be on the same schedule as math and ELA. But I feel like, and the committee that put these new standards together really felt strongly, not only is it going to be better for the teachers, but also we were really thinking about you guys as administrators and how it would impact you and impact your evaluating your teachers. So just know that that is coming too. And I think that's going to help a lot when you're evaluating, because you're going to know exactly what to look for, exactly what those students should be mastering by the end of that lesson. So now that I've kind of gone through all of that, give you the little rigmarole, now I want to know what you need from me. Like, what questions do you have? You're here for a reason. So what struggles? We're halfway through the year. You've probably done half your evaluations. So what struggles are you having?
You basically answered one of our questions, because what do we need to go in and look at, and what do most of the PE teachers struggle with that problem solving, thinking, and questioning. So you just saying make sure on their plans, have that down so you can look at it, because they may not actually get on, but we know it's embedded
Right.
into that instruction.
Right. And I think with those three, it's PE teachers are getting our kids moving. That's what we do. We really struggle when we go to that cognitive side, that cognitive piece. That's where we struggle. I struggle with it, you know. And so if we think about it prior to going in, then we'll have it down and we'll have, you know, better grasp of what we can use to hit those areas.
I think when I did it, because, and this is my first year doing all this, so I'm kind of processing everything, but when I did it and it was an announced visit, the PE teacher was totally on target, had all the questions, had all of it. I struggled more when it was an unannounced, and I had to go in and I'm like, oh, I don't know if that's just anybody else, if that's just me, but
That's the thing.
well, yeah, Well, yeah, no, that's true, no, but I just felt like with PE, I'm trying to like, okay, listen to what are they saying over there? And what's she saying, what are they saying over there, and how are they doing that?
Even it's like the objective itself being written or something.
Yeah, because you couldn't
state it.
because unannounced, it was not written somewhere, but when they knew I was coming, they brought in a big board and they put the thing, so.
Yeah, so one thing that you mentioned that I will say is when, you know, PE is not a classroom. You know, classroom's pretty contained, you can normally hear everything that's going on. In a gym, you can't do that. So I suggest, and this is just my suggestion, if you're doing a PE teacher and you're sitting in this corner and they're always all the way in that corner, get up and walk and be able to listen. You know, stand behind the students, be able to listen what that teacher is saying. Because they could be over there in the other corner, they could be giving feedback or stating their objectives and you might not hear it. So that would be my suggestion on that. And with the unannounced observations, it's just that communication beforehand, like at the beginning of the year, you know, every day your objectives need to be posted. And in the pacing guides and everything they already have, it's already written for them. So there's no reason, really. Just having that conversation prior to. And giving them the ability of having something to write it on, be it, you know, those big like sticky notepad papers that they can put on the wall, something so it can be visual.
When do they do their testing? Like first of 9 weeks, in 9 weeks?
Middle school,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
should
just
be the
asking.
beginning and the end of every
So
quarter,
if
semester,
I'm
whatever
going,
you're on.
Like, I'm gonna go Friday, I've already got it announced, I'm going Friday, so they should not be tested.
I mean, I wouldn't know anymore.
Are you talking about like the height and weight?
Yeah, like, you know, the
Well, and that, because the PEP grant is gone, they are not required to do height and weight any more than once a year. Some of them might,
I just know like
because they
in
use
December
it.
they were, like before we got out for Christmas, I
Mhm.
noticed that they were, so I just asking.
I mean, if they're
Yeah,
still
it's-
doing fitness testing, I would assume that they do it at the beginning and the end.
Okay. I know, maybe they did like a mid 9 weeks check.
I mean, I wouldn't know. That would be a conversation I'd have with them.
Yeah, and they're not required to, so that would be completely up to the individual teacher.
Because, you know, sometimes we get in the problem with, you know, assessment, testing that happen pretty quick. That's one I'm asking.
Gotcha.
And then too, with the, I was gonna say too, on my opinion, it's real fine, that's gonna help us with going in, questioning, problem solving, thinking, okay, before we go in, if that's one of their refinements, I mean, it's just a good thing we can talk.
Yeah.
Good conversation piece.
And that post-conference too,
Contact them, you know.
and in that post-conference too, have that conversation with them. You know, really talk to them about, make them feel like you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because I think sometimes teachers have a struggle with that, and not just PE teachers, it could be classroom teachers too, that they struggle with thinking, well, they don't know what they're doing, or they don't understand what I do. But I think if you go in there with the knowledge and the concept of what they're doing, that's really going to help them and make them feel more comfortable.
It's a good conversation.
Yeah.
And we have to understand when we go in and evaluate that it's not always that verbalization when you think about questioning and talking back and forth, getting that feedback. It's more of a visual, because that essential question, what they're doing, we're gonna visually see where they're kind of really answering the question.
Right.
If they show you like hopping on one foot or something like that.
Yeah. A lot of, I mean, the majority of the stuff they're doing is psychomotor.
Yeah.
And you're going to see the assessments through the students actually doing what they're doing, rather than pencil and paper, which I know that's still on the rubric. I'm glad they moved it to a 5 instead of a 3, but, you know, and that's something they struggle with too. They don't like that they have to have a writing piece. And I try to tell teachers across the state, I was like, you don't have to, you only have to if you want a 5. And they're like, well, I want a 5. And I'm like, well, then you got to figure it out. But don't expect like a written piece in gym to be the same as it would be in the classroom. Especially in some of your situations, you might have 2 classes in there, pass out pencils and paper to 60 kids. Can get kind of crazy.
Actually, that kind of made me think of a question I had. So like ours it's actually 3 classes are all together at the same time. And would it be, I don't know the word here, kosher maybe, I don't know, to go in and evaluate them as a team, or even, I mean, like, if you do 3 in 1, basically, and if they're all meshing and, you know, That's right, yes.
I would suggest not evaluating all of your teachers together, because you don't know who might have done the work.
Okay. See, this last time when I just evaluated one of my PE
Uh-huh.
before you and you know, they were working as a team and all that, which is good, right? You know, that's
Right.
what you want to see. But, it was almost as though I was taking into account someone else's part for him.
Yeah, I understand, and it's,
He didn't do
so
it,
my,
they
yeah.
did, but it was done.
Yeah,
you
so
know.
my response to that would be, if it's and if it is an announced visit, make sure that teacher knows, you know, I want to see you teaching, I'm focusing on you. If it's an unannounced, you kind of just gotta go with the flow, or when you walk in for the unannounced, say, you know, I'm here to evaluate you. And so maybe that teacher will take the lead. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I tried not to, barely ever did I try to do some of them together, because you never know who's
Well, I
actually
didn't want to,
done the
but like I
work.
said, I was at the same time, it was like, so do I count that? Because that happened, but they didn't do it, they did it.
Right.
You know.
And I mean, that might happen still a little bit, especially when they're co-teaching.
Yeah, and I figured, you know, that was a sign of good teaching if they could
Right.
utilize their strengths and, you know, because it wasn't like he wasn't doing anything. He
Right.
was doing his fair share, it's just they were working as a unit.
Right.
a
And that
really
is a positive.
Nice seamless unit.
Yeah.
You know, so.
That is a good thing. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sorry, Kara Bishop, assistant principal at Wright.
Okay.
I got stuck in traffic and then my car died. But
Oh,
I was right in
no.
front of my husband's shop, so.
Oh, gosh.
That was lucky. I know, it was crazy. I was like, well, here you go, my car doesn't work, give me yours, see, I gotta go.
Too funny.
So, very sorry.
That's okay. So what other questions? Comments? I really think conversation is key. And being able to get them to open up to you also. Because they need to know that you support them and that, you know, you care about them too. Because I think a lot of PE teachers, you know, sometimes think, well, they just care about the classroom stuff. You know, that's all they care about. That's what their job is tied to, yada, yada, yada. And they just come in, do my evaluations and leave and give me a score. Well, we don't want that to happen. We want them to be a crucial part of this process. And I think that's important. And I think everyone sitting here thinks it's important, or you want to be here. So what other questions do you have? So what about in the planning rubric? What are you seeing in that? Do you see them struggling in their planning rubric still? Or also?
I evaluated a bit, so person is, she did a really good job. She had games, having groups, and pull other things and play that game called touchdown. So she had a lot of feedback, give feedback, ask questions. She's well organized, I mean, kids came in, and of course, you know, it's like they're saying, this is an announced operation, so she should be on top of that.
Right.
She did a good job with just all that.
I'm going to actually be observing mine tomorrow, and it's announced. So I had my pre-conference with her today. So one thing that I noticed, and just in a conversation with her today, was that when I talked to her about how she was going to assess the objective being taught, you know, and the skill, she just said through observation.
Which is
going to be pretty consistent.
Right.
Because you said they're not going to necessarily do the written.
Right. But there should not only be observation, but question and answering, you know, that type of thing. If she isn't going to do a written piece, they could even do a quick, like as they're walking out the door, ask them a question, like a one-word answer question to get feedback on.
Yeah, but it makes more sense when you told me earlier that they really need to hit those components. And so that's where your questioning could come in for sure.
Yes.
Or anything else if you are truly hitting those other components and not just teaching a motor skill.
Correct.
And that's it.
Correct.
So what I'm gathering is if you truly want to hit all the indicators on the rubric, you really need to make sure you do all four of those components.
Yeah.
Because if you really concentrate just on one, then you're going to miss something else.
Right. And some of the other components, like the fitness content piece, that's where they can get a lot of that more cognitive
Yeah.
responses, rather than just psychomotor skill-based responses.
I was impressed with one of our PE teachers when it was a game, it was the wiffle ball, there was teams, they were doing, but they rotated the teams a certain amount of times, so when they were not in the field, they were working on their wellness, they had a wellness journal that they had to, certain key essential questions they had to answer to them. So those pieces were starting, now it makes more sense to me, having seen the 4 pieces that you just talked about, that she was making those pieces happen.
Yeah.
So that makes it a clearer explanation of it, so thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think that does help, and I mean, my biggest thing is just have that communication with your PE teachers, is have that open communication. In those pre-conferences, PE teachers, most of them, some of them, maybe not all of them, are gonna be really reserved and nervous, not nervous, but just reserved. And sometimes maybe you just need to pull that conversation out. Like when I would go in and do pre-conferences, I was like, I want you to tell me everything I'm gonna see in this lesson. Like tell me, go through your entire lesson, tell me everything I'm gonna see. Because I wanna know before I get in there, so we can talk about it. Well, do you really think this is gonna work, or that gonna work? Well, how could we, talk, what are your questionings gonna be? How are you gonna get higher order thinking? Those sort of things. So I mean, I think conversation is key. What other questions? What about environment?
Someone's got to, have someone, student work display, so,
Yeah.
it's kind of hard sometimes. There's some work in kids and, kids when they're out of line, when they still do those kinds of things.
Right.
That's what I was talking about with swing, that what she did, was she kind of had some individual activities, and she was talking to them about different ranges of intensity, low, middle, high, and she would stop them and ask them. That's what I like about what she did, is because it's relevant for you.
Right.
If I want to go hard one day, this is what I need to do.
Yeah.
If I want to go medium,
Here's some
it
things.
was just making it relevant. It's a 5th grade girls class. So,
Yeah.
And she just had ample chances to give back, feedback.
Yeah.
As a teacher.
And I think PE teachers are probably some of the best at giving feedback, because they're always walking around, telling their kids, good job, or here, let's try this, or do this, or, you got a really great form, or, your skip is on point. We're really good at giving feedback. And that's something.
I think it's more obvious in that setting too, who's not doing, I mean, like, an English teacher, you can't really tell who's writing well and who's not from standing up in front of the classroom.
Right.
But in a PE class, you can see those that are like, not really doing, not really even trying, or not pushing themselves, or, that right there, that's not right,
Yeah.
easier to identify.
Thoughts talking, actually, one of the PE teachers today, who's just talking about how we want them to understand and take some of these skills with them later in life. You only play a team sport so long, so. That's kind of what I think you need to get out of PE too, is,
Yeah.
keep, whether it's walking, running, going to the gym.
I was impressed with the plan of how it's laid out from elementary to high school.
Yeah.
And Coach was able to talk to me a lot about, well, this is what we're doing now in elementary, and here's how it leads to what they do in middle school, and here's how it leads to what they do in high school, and here's how that leads to life, which is exactly what you were talking about. It was just awesome to see, and there was a lot of academic pieces to it that, I don't remember that. Of course, I guess you don't remember that as a kid, but there were a lot of academic pieces to it, and the kids really did know what he was talking about. You could tell it was something that had been consistent through the pacing of, the actually learning what they needed to know to be healthy for life. And they really understood that and how it affects you emotionally and physically, all of those things. I just thought that was really neat. The only thing that I really struggled with, I guess exactly what you said. Once I talked to him, and then I saw the questions that I called one of y'all before, I can't remember who now, before, and I was just like, what do I expect, what do I expect? But once I talked to him and once I saw the lesson and we were able to talk about it, I actually felt a lot more like, okay, I can see how this, how this would fit into there. But he did have one station where they were just they were kind of just like reading these cards, like learning about, I can't remember, it's been a while back since I did his, but they were learning about, I think, when you're doing exercises, like how it affects your heart and all this. So they were reading these cards about that kind of stuff, and that seemed to be the group that he didn't like check in with really, or didn't like really teach. And so in the beginning, when we talked, he was saying, like, I'm going to be working with this group, and everybody else is going to be practicing these things, and they're going to kind of rotate through. But then once the lesson was there, he was really just rotating the groups, and that group was just kind of sitting over there reading as they did. So I was like, well, how much? Because as a teacher, I'm thinking, like in the classroom, okay, that's your small group. You know, that's your small group that you're working with them. That's the teacher group. Everybody else is out there practicing, and you've got your eyes, you know, going and kind of watching. But then it's like, well, how realistic
Is that?
that he's, I mean, that he would spend his time every time with that group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that would be a struggle. What I would suggest is, because I'm assuming they were just sitting there, standing there reading, actually be having them do some type of physical activity while they're reading.
Right.
So they're actually moving still instead of sitting still and not,
Yeah.
you know, we all know what happens when kids sit still for,
Right.
when they
Yeah,
want to be moving.
I mean, I really was just impressed with the materials that you guys had provided for them. I think the entire program for K-12 is,
And I mean, I will tell you, you guys are a unique star here across the state. I mean, I don't know anybody else in the state that I've visited so far, and I've gone to over 60 districts in a year and a few months that I've been with the state, and I have not seen anyone that has a K-12 model and has the pacing guides that bring them from kindergarten through high school. So, I mean, you guys are a unique star here. And I think what you were saying, Doug, about it being, you know, for a lifetime, it is true. And whenever they're at the department and talking about college and career readiness and thinking, you know, we need to get them to teach them how to be healthy and how to be fit and how to take care of their diets when they go to college, so don't, you know, gain that extra 20 pounds their first year. And so I think here in Murray County, the students here are going to have the benefit of that. And I think the teachers are going to have a big impact on their lives in that manner. What other questions, comments, concerns? I know this was very informal, and that's kind of how I wanted it to be, because I just wanted to get what you guys wanted out of me. Any other questions? Well, I'm going to put my contact information up so you can copy it down. I am, well, maybe. I'm going to put my email address up and my cell phone number. You can email me, text me anytime, call me, whatever you need. If you ever have a question, I'm here. This position at the State Department had been vacant for almost 7 years before I was hired, and it's actually in the law that they have to have this position, so it's interesting to know that it's been vacant that long. So anything you need, if you ever have questions about this, or your PE teachers have questions and you might not have the answer, feel free to contact Lori or contact me, and we'll hopefully.
Did you push one of those buttons on the remote for your, I think it's your projector?
No, it's my computer.
Oh.
State computer.
Can I ask a real quick question?
Yes.
That's something tied to team, but then not tied to team, so
Yes.
you might have to jump in here. I know that with the grant and the grant being gone, that they're not having to do as much, but I actually, honestly, I do not know what they are totally responsible for. So I don't know if you're getting everything you need.
Okay, as far as measurements?
I don't know anything.
The only thing that we require is the height and weight and the pacer test. And
that's at the beginning of the year, and that's it.
They can do it any
They can
time.
do it anytime
they want to. Anytime. We ask them to try to get it done by December, just because Dawn has to compile all that into the state spreadsheet, and but they really can do it anytime. You know, we suggested that they continue, because some of them are using some of those different measurements from the grant to help grading the kids. And you know, so they could, but they're not required. It is up to them.
And where can we get, like, I mean, I would just have to be able to see, just because I would like to see what it looks like, kind of that model of the pacing of what is expected great.
All of
You
our,
know, you know
and I
what I'm
brought this to make sure
They
that
all
y'all
have
would
one.
see it. Put it on the camera. This is the physical education curriculum guide that all of our teachers do have. We can make copies, you know, for folks as well if you all want your own copy. We don't mind doing that at all. But it's got pretty well everything in here that you need.
And it's, every teacher has one.
Yes.
So it's in every school.
Yes, it's in
So did you
every,
say it is on the Quinetta School Health webpage or not?
it is not.
Okay.
We don't have it electronically. We could, I mean, it's just, it's a matter of scanning it. But,
So if we wanted one, just contact you and ask them.
Yeah.
Just one for our school,
actually, you take this.
Merry Christmas, you won the
Yeah,
prize!
Where's your prize? But yeah, definitely, if y'all, you know, want a copy, we're more than happy to provide that.
I'm just gonna tell you my number and my email address because state computers love it. So my email is Christine, CHRISTINE dot Hollifield, HOLLIFIELD @tn.gov.
What's your title?
I'm the PEPA specialist. Yeah. And then my cell phone number is 615-840-4481. And like I said, feel free to email me, call me, text me. I'm better at email and text because if I'm in meetings or whatever, I normally can't answer the phone, but I can respond to a text or an email pretty quick. All right, any other questions, comments, suggestions? Thank you guys for taking the time to come out here and to listen to me blab a little bit. I appreciate all that you guys are doing for your PE teachers, and I know that they appreciate it too. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Physical education, physical activity. Yep. So I do everything, 90-minute law and all that fun stuff. I am not the audit checker. I will leave that up to Chris Steffi. That is not my job.
We want you to
What?
come out and do the audit. You come do the audit.
You want me to come